All right. Welcome back to Believe in You. Last time you guys finished your attempted exploration for demons on the lost level. Unfortunately, you didn't seem to find any sign of demons, although you found sign of many other odd and mysterious beings. You did find quite a few of the arcane gates that seem to lead to I you believe other levels of Undermountain, but you stopped from going through any of them from one or two various warnings and your own good judgment. You made your way back to Willowwood in the hopes of getting some quick directions to the next level of Undermountain where you could continue your downward journey. And that, quite simply, is where we left off, and that is where we are as you pull on the rope next to the large stone tree that Willow resides in, and the door is opened by an unfortunately familiar face.
Warhips checks for a great sword.
You can make a perception check. Nah, he doesn't have one.
Oh my god.
Artemis feels the pang of something ripping through her chest, crushing all her ribs and stealing the very breath from her lungs.
Howdy, friend. Yep. Can we come in for see Willow? Are they busy? Do we need to make an appointment? Do druids take appointments?
Halistry motions over in this direction.
Alright. Just checking. Double checking for like a big wooden great sword maybe. Made of like tree bark.
Any great swords around the room.
Are they actually hiding a great sword in their back pocket?
Are they
tell us.
a great sword?
Make a perception check if you absolutely must.
And I must. 27?
Artemis, you know that there's no sword on this thing. Warhips, you're maybe inside the tree parts?
Artemis is suitably soothed.
What if it gnarls? Like, what if it separates a gnarled tree part and pulls out a sword from its own mouth? Anyways, that's just in Warhips' head.
Whoa, just like Naruto.
What is that?
Artemis didn't say that. That wasn't her voice.
Howdy. Howdy, friends. Hi, Willow.
Hello
Back again.
again.
It's been
I
a
see you
while.
inspecting Halistry. Have you not? You've seen him before.
We've had a few encounters with actual Hallister since then. It's
That's
complicated.
Trauma.
unfortunate.
It's trauma. Anyways. I hate to bother ya. How's the forest going? Are there bugs now? It's been like a week. It's been like a 10-day. It probably takes longer.
Yes.
I feel like it's actually
takes
been a little longer than a
significantly
10 day.
Than a 10-day to propagate a whole colony of bugs.
That's fair. You probably don't want to, like, unleash an uncopy out of it, because that would, I mean, amusing, but horrifying.
Too many bugs would disrupt the life cycle and decomposition rate of dead things, yes.
Gotcha. Warhips, like, looks around and is like, why am I talking? Warhips, like, kind of eyes free. He doesn't know shit.
Out of character since I missed, like, the last bit. We're here just to look for the gate, right?
Yeah, we're just looking for. We're
Okay.
just looking to see if we can.
Free waits until Parisian is done with his small talk, and then steps over. We were hoping to use the gate to the next level.
The stairs. The passageway, we were hoping to get pointers in that direction.
I suppose. Yeah. Hey, SB, I'm not seeing it on this immediately. I don't know where the entrance to the level they want to go to is.
Of course. Do you have 5e tools open?
I do.
Area 11B.
Area 11.
Artemis is too distracted, slow blinking at the displacer beast.
11B?
You're on level 5?
Yeah, this is just... This does not tell me that there is anything.
Okay,
there.
look at the map. Look at the map. Where 11 is on the map.
Okay.
This is the best way to do this.
Honestly, it is. Yeah, sure. Oh, good. 5e tools. Really taking its time. 11. That, for some reason, is a number that isn't fucking anywhere. What? Hello?
Do you just want to take a screenshot on your map and send it to Rory?
Oh, no, I found it. Okay.
Hey, we got there.
I'm a
Oh, okay. Yeah, it straight up doesn't tell me in 11B.
Yeah.
That's weird oversight. You want down to the next level. Yes. So you'll want to take yourself over to... I will just show you. It's harder for me to explain it.
Oh,
Damn it, I'm a druid, not a cartographer.
that would be very useful. Thank you for going to the trouble.
Yeah, that's rather.
We all, like, shuffle out of this very narrow hallway.
Yeah.
She's like, she was gonna give you the, like, what she calls the area, and then she's like, you wouldn't know that.
Yeah, turn right at the pine that's lived for 24 years.
Yeah, turn right at where my good friend Beffrey the bear likes to scratch his back.
Yeah.
It'd be like going into some rich person's mansion. They're like, yes, turn left at the Rose Parlor. And you're like,
Rose Parlor?
Chrysan sort of like... No, go ahead.
No, I was just saying it's where the Rose gets their nails done. Oh wait, that's a Rose salon. Oh, sorry, that's a different room.
Chrysan sort of like rises up from where he was curled up on the floor. And, like claws outwards.
Maintains eye contact.
What's a good cat?
So, by the way, Willow, while we're kind of walking and talking here, so Dirt, what do you know
What's about it?
Free also turns it back with interest.
There are many properties of dirt.
Yeah?
Free nods at Percy and like, yeah, magic properties.
Magic.
Which-
Okay, my apologies. When I was a fledgling hedge mage, I didn't really quite understand how magic works, and I thought it was like a physical thing. You know how if a deer ate like a poison thing, and then you ate the deer, like you would be poisoned by what was in the deer, right? I thought,
I don't think that entirely works.
well, like,
It kind of depends on the potency and whether or not it actually the
anyway.
poison got into the bloodstream or whatnot, or into the very small veins and such in the muscles of the deer that you're eating.
Rory, do you want me to take over this explanation of biotoxicity?
No. Willow knows about as much as a druid would.
Honestly, I feel like a druid would know quite a bit about that specific topic. Anyways.
They're about the force of nature. Clerics would know, like, medicine.
We could
Druids
talk
can
about
know medicine.
bioaccumulation all day.
Anyway,
Druid's medicine and cleric medicine is very different.
anyways, I kind of figured.
Hello, Beffrey.
Oh, by the way, we ain't.
Hello, Willow.
Excuse me, sir. Sorry about that. Pardon.
Compatriots.
Companion.
Hello.
Did they just talk? Anyways, alright, is the dirt here magic? Is like, no. Is the dirt here magic?
Are we a bit low?
Warhip stares at the crowd with like, remember when like, the same look in his eyes appears for when he raided that Archmage's library? It's just like this pure temptation.
Obsessed with the fact that you forgot Manshin's name. Oh, you know, that Archmage. There's plenty of them running around.
The like scary Archmage mushroom? Yeah, that library.
Nothing scarier than a mushroom.
Yeah, they got
He wasn't even that scary. Once you really got down to it, he was just kind of a guy.
Maybe like mind control a group of level 20 adventurers.
Yeah, but emotionally speaking, he was just kind of a guy.
I do want to point out that as you guys are walking through this forest, there are still a bunch of like totems hanging in the trees of what you think might be dead adventurers.
We've made our peace with it.
Oh, absolutely. Every step is a threat. This is why Warhips eyes the dirt but doesn't go for it.
Espy, I have to ask, where's Croissant going?
It's the right way.
Okay, cool.
Hey, what are these trees about?
Just saying.
Simply vibing?
They're normal trees. They have tokens for no reason.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
I trust you when you say things.
Willow, one of them winks at you as you pass.
The tree?
Yeah.
So, I mean no offense by this, or I don't want to impede on any of your, like, rules about causing...
Okay, then stop talking while you're ahead.
Get his dig!
I don't think Warhips has ever been put in his place so hard.
So
No one's ever just outright told him to stop talking like that.
Warhips just kind of stops, like...
Vibrating slightly.
We kind of did for Gore that she was like an extremely powerful archdruid.
Ulli comes up and like holds Warhips' hand, but then like raises it up to give it a little pat, like comfortingly.
This is actually 100.
Ulli and Persian are so... I mean, like, they're so...
Although, to be fair, it's kind of surprising that no one's ever just told Parisian to stop. Usually they just kind of let him go.
Honestly, you're not wrong.
It took 9 levels.
Nobody wants to interrupt a Minotaur with magic power.
It's also because whenever Parisian goes on a ramble, he exposes a lot of very vital information on enemies and use against them.
Like, maybe they're annoyed for like the first 5 seconds before they're like, okay, no, go on.
I can use this.
You guys come to the lightly pebbled beach alongside the flowing river that you first came to this level on.
Yeah, we left our boat like somewhere way up there.
Yes?
Yeah, I think it's where that pink square is.
Yeah. Do you think it's still there?
Yeah.
I assure you that the pink square doesn't... it was what it used to be, does not necessarily mean that it's there.
Yeah. Artemis kind of looks at Willow. Is the way down through the river?
It is across, I believe, the
Alright.
river. There is a small opening with a boat.
Good. I was just thinking that, we're gonna have to wait until tomorrow and I have water walk.
Artemis just nods. Well, you guys are gonna... I'll simply swim across like a man.
Zul looks at this. Is that a boat? Or
It's a boat.
It's a
It's a boat.
Zul immediately gets on over there and
Absolutely.
oh yeah, no, it would have happened another way and finds like sort of like tethered by a rope to a very small like cave like passage sticking out. It's more of like a small hole in a large stone wall that Warhips could sort of like lean down to get into with a whole bunch of pebbles and stuff littering the area over here. It's a little bit above water level. And there's just a wooden rowboat tied to an errant rock by a little bit of rope.
Alright. Oh, thank you so much, Willow. Guess that's the exit. Just gotta get across the water. I suppose, alright, so like, is this a situation like if we leave Artemis and Zul on that end, Artemis eats Zul, and like, is that a good situation?
I am not going to
Really?
eat you.
Over, like, looks at Ulli. Is this a wizard thing?
It's a classic riddle. My apologies. And
Oh, I'm bad at word games.
yeah, it's I think it's a logic game. Like you use your brain meat for it. It's fine. I guess Artemis is just they swimming too. Cats are in the water.
I would
Chrysan,
stand.
Chrysan's feet are like about up to the ankles in the water in a spot that you're pretty sure is at least 5 feet deep.
Yeah, you're pretty sure it's 5 feet deep because you just see Artemis's ears poking out of the water a little with the hat.
Oh no, the hat.
Oh no.
She scrambles back on
Fly
shore.
away.
The hat's
Yeah,
in
try-
the water.
Artemis
Just-
hands the hat to Ulli.
Don't you have like blue tack to keep the hat on or something?
No, it
But
stays
it's
on
gonna
my
get all
shirt.
like
It's
ruined and floppy when it
because
gets wet.
Artemis's ears are through it that it's like really secure.
Yeah.
She flexes her ears outwards when she does a flip. Keep it on.
Zul?
Yeah, exactly. Artemis gives the hat, entrusts the hat to Ulli with a look that says, "If this hat gets lost, I will physically pass away."
Ray looks at
has a
Ulli,
white
who
knuckle
is
grip on the
no
hat.
taller than Artemis.
Sorry, what does Ulli say?
Ulli just has a white knuckle grip on the hat.
Good. Artemis starts swimming across.
Wait, is Artemis a good swimmer? Oh, they're gonna get
I know she is good at getting places in general, so if she comes to trouble, she would get herself out.
I would laugh so hard if, like, Artemis gets into the river, it hits the stream, it's a strength check, and they're just washed downstream.
Yeah, I
She
died.
swam once before, and someone else failed the check with Free. Because that means I know Free can't swim.
Okay, by
The
the
river-
way, fuck is...
Ulli's very bad at swimming.
Who was
before.
the other person?
Oh, Zul went into the hole.
Yeah, Warhips is gonna look through Zul's eyes while Artemis is doing this out of concern.
Zul's just going through like a small little bit of caverns.
I'm still gonna keep an eye on Zul through their perspective, so Warhips goes blind and deaf.
Artemis kind of pulls herself up on the side of the boat, kind of like does a little shake to shake most of the water off, and then looks across the shore at the party and goes, "I don't know how to steer a boat."
All right. 2 things happen in sequence.
Okay.
Warhips, you're looking through Zul's eyes as it goes through like some narrow tunnels. They sort of spin a little bit, and then it comes to like a larger, like kind of the caves that you more expect of the less ordered areas of the dungeon. And it's just one big path that sort of like goes in a T that this tiny like route goes into. And directly on the floor in front of this tunnel is a dead skeleton of something that looks humanoid, that it's one of its fingers is almost pointing, and it's pointing towards the direction that Zul just came out of. The other thing that happens simultaneously as you see this, and as Artemis says, "I don't know how to steer the boat," the rope unties itself, and the boat starts drifting down the stream.
God damn it.
Oh.
Why we send Artemis who can teleport.
Left!
It's-
Left!
Right now.
It's
He
daytime.
cannot teleport.
Right, I forgot that this place has actual light.
Artemis points
That
this
might
way.
explain why I don't
Okay.
recognize
Artemis.
the boat.
No. What were you saying, Willow?
That might explain why I didn't recognize the boat.
Artemis, as you're pointing and saying left, the wooden edges of the boat sort of creak a little bit, and splinters seem to like crackle out of the very tops of the edges of the boats. And as they sort of curve inwards, you think it looks a little bit more like a mouth. As I get you guys fucking again!
Oh no! Oh,
Sorry,
shit.
what did I miss about the pointing thing? My internet died because I live in a nightmare.
Zool went down this path a lot more, and at the end found a skeleton that has a finger pointing in that direction.
Dope.
Not terrible for a high-level druid.
Should I, like, roll at disadvantage because I'm blind and deaf right now? For my
I don't know if you get
I would say that you don't roll.
That makes sense. Yeah, that tracks.
All right.
Until you know what's happening.
Everyone's in. We're just gonna get started. Mimic has advantage on this attack.
Mhm.
I'm not sure. It has surprise for sure. Let me double check about the advantage thing. Nope.
If it gets a surprise round, it just effectively gets double turns.
It does. That's happening.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
All right. Artemis, you're gonna take 7 bludgeoning damage as the boat just closes on you and begins to crush you, and you are now grappled.
Vote!
Shit.
7? Yeah, okay, I did do the math right.
And all right, it's drifted a little bit. On its next turn, it's going to take another swing at you and drift a little bit farther away. Hey, you haven't gotten healed, have you? It has advantage on this attack and still misses as you desperately sort of squirm deeper in order to avoid the sharp parts.
I hope it dies. Eat shit.
Willow, it's your turn.
Cool.
Chris
Let's see
snarls a bit.
where... It's there. My main thing is, does she know if mimics necessarily need to breathe?
Make a nature check.
Okay.
Artemis does.
That's a +5. Hey, 23.
Yes, you're fairly certain that mimics need to breathe.
Okay, she does a... and turns into a water weird.
Yeah.
Oof.
Which has a 60-foot swim speed, so she's used like 10 to get over here, so
Yep.
50 feet. It scuttle on over. What size? It's large, so I'm just gonna scale her up.
We're just gonna use the elemental token.
Okay. And she is going to do an attack of... Well, first off, she's fully invisible in water. +5 to hit, reach 10 feet. So I will just roll a d20 +5.
I see. So it was a boat puzzle. It was Artemis goes to the other end of the
Yeah.
shore, and then the mimic eats her. Haha.
Yeah, we did do it. Yeah, that did
Yeah,
happen.
it was a boat puzzle.
11 is going to miss.
If
That
you're
is-
invisible in the water, don't you get advantage? Oh. I don't know water weird rules.
Let me check.
It doesn't say?
Yeah, does like invisibility give you?
It is invisible while fully submerged in water, and invisibility gives it advantage.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Nice. 21.
That hits.
21, so 3d6 plus 3.
Also, Rory, while you do this math, I did check, and you were wrong. Persistent bioaccumulative toxic substances coagulate in fatty tissue, not the bloodstream.
Well, okay, listen, I'm fucking... I'm a computer major. If the target is medium or smaller, it's grappled, escape DC 13, and pulled 5 feet towards the water weird. Until this grapple ends, the target is restrained and the water weird tries to drown it.
Oh no, this mimic is medium sized.
So I'm drowning the boat. If Artemis is there, that kind of sucks. I'm sorry, but
But thankfully it's
you
not
can
medium.
teleport away.
Yeah, she can't. Thankfully it's not. It's not medium sized, but it is. It's still sort of like rocking around in place. Artemis, you're not sure why the water's attacking you.
Is it bigger than? Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, it's got a big token.
Yeah, she's large.
I mean, yeah, that's fair.
All right, Ulli, it's your turn.
Okay.
Nice calm music.
Yeah, listening to the bird song.
Relaxing
Yeah.
music as
It's very quiet. Listen,
What?
mimics don't make any noise, water weirds don't make any noise, and Artemis is just naturally quiet.
Warhips has
Ulli, who has not done archery in quite a few years, on her longbow. So we'll see how that goes. Oh, fuck yeah.
Pretty well.
Muscle memory, baby.
Oh god damn it.
Yeah, Ulli,
What are the boat-
you had to hunt your own stuff. Everyone watches Ulli take out a bow and like perfect form, like pull it back, like back muscles tensing a little bit before there's like a satisfying as you let the arrow fly.
Person watching in the distance.
Everything is a one.
It's death.
This sucks. This is the worst part of this game. Start the campaign over.
Okay. You hit. You get a second attack. Oh, you didn't have advantage. So you could say those were your attacks and they both hit.
Yeah, that works.
Okay, ow. Artemis, arrows start raining in on your little space. You think that's probably a friend of yours.
Who is the person who uses a longbow? I've never seen it used. Free?
We all cut.
Can Free use a longbow?
Free has in the past. Warhips has used
Short bow. I've
occasionally.
used short bow.
Yeah.
Chrysan sort of nervously paces around the edge here. Artemis, it is your turn.
What check is it to escape a grapple?
It's acrobatics or athletics, and it is going to be your action.
That's okay with me. I'm going to do an acrobatics check.
Cool.
11, I rolled a 2.
Well, you could still... Oh, actually, wait, let me check. There's a save DC, I'm sure.
I'm sure.
I thought grapples were contested.
So it depends on the creature.
Yeah.
Nope. You don't quite get out. You squirm your way out well enough, but then you realize it's not just that it has you taken. There's some sort of sticky acidity that has you kind of glued to the inside of this boat.
Great. I am going to spend a key point to dodge as a bonus action.
All right. Free, it is your turn.
In the mouth. Artemis is like standing on the teeth cartoon style, like it's chopping below.
Free, I don't know how many boats that you've seen in your life, but you're pretty sure they're not supposed to work like this.
Free has seen the ones in Waterdeep's harbor. Even
rolled a
if boats are supposed to do that, I do not want them to.
All right. Can this rowboat mimic with unique stats? It makes the save.
Whoa,
my God.
rowboat!
Robot does not fear death.
Also, I don't even know if you can tow the dead. Oh wait, no, tow the dead is pretty far, I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's got some range.
60 feet.
Oh.
6 feet, yeah.
All right. It floats down a little more, which will give our weird friend an attack of opportunity.
Yeah, baby. Whoa.
Oh, I don't think she's that weird.
That hits.
No, she is.
Cool.
Just the one.
That was for advantage, because she's still, like, technically invisible.
Correct. Yes.
Get this,
And
watch this stinky beak.
10 more damage.
Yeah, that hurts. The boat's rocking back and forth. Artemis, you're thinking of throwing up, and it might not just be because of the glue. And it's gonna take 2 more bite attacks with advantage and miss.
Just
both.
average. Just
Oh,
regular.
right, it's average. Still misses both.
Yeah, Artemis is dodging so fast. She's stuck in there, but somehow she is moving just enough. It's
You are
crazy.
moving just like the water, all boneless.
Willow, it's your turn. You should have control of the weird.
I do. A really interesting thing about the weird is, or her change shape, probably because she's like a moon circle, I would have to assume, is she can cast spells.
Oh, that's because she's an archdruid.
Oh, okay. So she's gonna use Produce Flame, because I think it's, I mean, we sure did absolutely nuke the shit out of a cloaker once with a Produce Flame attack.
Also, I think it's very funny to have this water elemental. Oh my god!
Oh my god, the water elemental set that thing on fire. Holy shit!
Okay.
Artemis, this is the most alarming thing that's happened so far.
Fire comes out of the water. The water boils a little bit as it desperately tries to beat down the fire. Willow makes more than enough fire to overcome the fact that it's in water and shoots it right up towards the mimic.
That's terrifying.
A little finger gun comes out of the water, just.
It doesn't set on fire because it's not technically wood. It's living biological matter, but there's a lot of bad smells in there now, Artemis.
Willow?
Can she?
She can't. I don't think she can.
I believe not.
Willow retains her game statistics and ability to speak.
Oh wow.
Hello.
Oh, okay. So, hi.
You're like Willow as the boat slowly drifts and she throws a ton of fire at it and she's just kind of like, hey.
The water around you just talks. And
Ulli, it's your turn.
Alright, hang on, my mom just came in and handed me like 4 different things. Okay. Run down here along the edge. And another 2 arrows.
I love the idea that Parisian's just not here for this.
Parisian is too busy. Can you give me some investigation rolls for that skeleton through Zul's eyes?
Yeah, go ahead, make it.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
absolutely.
Ulli, both of those hit.
Oh, the
And as this thing is a little bit on fire, Artemis, you feel it relax around you.
Willow, just a quick question. Who is shooting the ball? Oh, I didn't.
She is just going to water weird grab and take you back to shore.
Okay.
I'm
Whee!
like this for a while. If you would like me to just swim all of you over.
Oh, that is so cool.
Free comes back and gives Parisian a nudge.
So, like, just before you do that, he comes back. Alright, so there's a skeleton there, and it's pointing towards... Where the boat...
The boat ate Artemis.
The what?
She's fine now.
Artemis is like sitting on the shoulders of just sentient water.
I
Also,
will have you know this is not the first time a boat has tried to kill me.
Hello.
I didn't have a chance last session. How's your health?
So the water's magic, too.
No, this is me.
But you're Yeah, hi. Howdy. That's incredible. Hello.
I drew it. It's
We saw her turn into an air elemental before.
That's fair. Also, I know it's like... What the hell? What is a drift? I know they're like... Nature? That's it. I see you're incredibly powerful and have weird magic that is really interesting. So, I
Hey,
really
girl.
appreciate your assistance. Anyways, guess the boat's gone. I'm just gonna start swimming. Maybe you can push, I guess. Would be kind.
yeah. Well, it just kind of like helps everyone across.
Oh yeah, it's not. Everyone gets wet, but it's a pretty easy trip.
Like everyone's gonna get wet anyways, so.
Croissant is clipping through this wall.
Artemis,
Like
Artemis
on
looks
purpose?
at Croissant with unbridled jealousy.
Oh, to be a displacer beast.
She's gonna be able to do that one day. She's gonna be able to become a tiger with backwards head and also do whatever that was one day.
Going to hell?
No, she just thinks she's gonna get as tall as Rushing Rivers was.
I see.
At the age she will become a weird tiger instead of whatever cat she is now, and she will be able to do that. Those are her 10 commandments.
Awful. Absolutely awful.
So you guys can feel free to move your tokens on over there. We'll just say it happens. Everyone's wet. Take a morality penalty.
I'll roll for morale damage. I lose half my familiars. They fled.
Yeah, we're going back to 2E rules. So everyone get ready.
Yeah.
Morale's
I
back.
I take 3 psychic damage because I was so bad.
Truly. Anyways.
Madam Willow, I think we are going to investigate the skeleton because that seems to be the way Parisian is headed.
Also,
Skeleton.
just leave it
Okay.
now, so, because I found
Yeah,
the exit
this
by the
is-
way. So,
Yes.
Oh,
sort
yes,
of,
I was just going to offer if it's anything related to your words, we can come back and give you a quick update if you want, but it's probably just a skeleton. They're around.
I would have to assume it was related to the.
fake boat. The boat that with the boat that apparently ate Artemis.
But mimics
Yes,
do
it
not
was a
traditionally
mimic.
leave skeletons.
That's true.
Maybe this one didn't like bones.
Maybe it was issuing the way out from the lower levels because they may have been horrifically injured down there. Like
Ooh!
back.
Could be a possibility. Well, we are going to investigate nonetheless. Thank you again for all your assistance. Sorry for the getting eaten by a mimic thing. I promise that has only happened twice in all 4 arcs of this campaign.
Oh, and by the way,
You're not-
if you ever need materials from outside your domain, like, we are more than happy to like get stuff for you, because we may pass by here again at one point. Anyways.
If you find some particularly interesting beetles that you think might suit the ecosystem, there's some things I cannot summon.
Free makes note to send a message to Jex to keep an eye out for weird beetles.
Or his-
Artemis rustles in her pockets and pulls out the corpse of a beetle. Puts it back in.
Oh no.
She does not comment on it.
Awesome. Absolutely. When we're on the surface, we'll keep an eye
Hang on. Was Artemis pulling that beetle out of her pocket with the expectation that it would be alive?
You don't know that! You can't assume anything about her!
We know
Just
that.
like Karash and her squirrels.
That's like Karash and her.
Monks are the same.
Monks, them, and keeping living things in their pockets until they expire. Wait, that's a monk?
I mean,
Artemis-
it's strategically advantageous if you're a long death monk.
Oh no.
Artemis ducks into this corner and pops the beetle in her mouth.
Free is there and sees it.
Oh yeah, Karash should have been a long death monk. Oh. Anyways.
Well,
You don't think Karash should have been a dragon monk?
Well, she is a dragon monk, and it fits her the best. But the second funniest thing with her proclivity for killing squirrels.
That's true.
That came
But
out.
I feel
Will
like
you
that'd
allow
make
it
it worse.
to change?
I feel like that'd make it worse because then it's like if Karash is long death monk, the fact that she kills squirrels all the time is like some sort of inner oneness with the fragility and temporary nature of life. And the fact that she's not a long death monk just means it's really, really weird.
Artemis just moves on.
Warhips, indeed. Right here, you find a skeleton lying, like, kind of face down on the ground, with one arm, which is sort of laying down in your direction, one finger pointed outwards. It could be just a weird coincidence.
Artemis.
This.
Artemis stops Parisian from walking into the room for now, and she's gonna just do a quick look around to see if there's any like thing in this particular doorway that could like just kill us, our bodies.
Yeah, make a perception check.
When you say our bodies, you mean Artemis's.
Yeah, 21.
Nope. Doesn't seem to be anything beyond just the cave and this thing.
Cautiously walks in.
Sure. Free, what was the medicine check for?
Oh, just to see if Artemis's bug that she ate was bad for her.
It's a little early to tell, but she doesn't immediately cough, which is usually good. Usually, poisonous bugs don't taste very good, but you don't think a lot of bugs taste good. Like you've probably eaten ants before, and they're bitter.
Yeah, Artemis just ate it so fast I didn't have time to actually look at it.
She ate it so fast the poison doesn't work on her. That's how monks become immune to poison later on, by the way. BT dubs, just so you guys know.
You're like an ant in the microwave.
I don't like it in the microwave. Cicadas are also good. I know, I've eaten bugs, which is shocking considering everything else about me.
That is, in fact, the most surprising thing you could have ever told me, Magnus.
I know.
He's exerting dominance on the bugs.
Like, is it like little crickets or scorpions, like in candy or something, or just like you took a live bug and put it in your face?
Oh, that reminds me of a horrific bug fact that I heard earlier today that I will not share for Magnus's sake.
Oh, thank you.
Awesome. Anyways.
Heath, DM it to me.
Zool, that's down that way is the big tunnel to the next level?
There's just one sort of big tunnel that goes in both directions when you come out of here. It just seems to go in either direction.
Gotcha.
Someone has a dog.
BRB.
Okay, anyways, yeah, I've had cicadas before. Because they're like a snack in some parts of China, and my father tricked me into eating one. Fathers are like that.
I think
Others really do make you do the thing you hate absolutely the most as a funny joke.
I think in terms of bug flavor, it's about the crunch. Like crickets and grasshoppers.
I've eaten crickets, yeah.
Yeah, crickets and grasshoppers and cicadas, those are all like a little bit crunchy.
Yeah.
And that's usually fine. But if it's like something like small enough that's like sort of like squishy, it always tastes bad.
I've had like bacon flavored.
Hey,
You know-
welcome to the potential insane person who's listening to this for some reason that isn't from our little group of friends. I don't know why you're here for whatever reason, seeing as we're in the middle of a campaign. But hi, here's where we share our opinions on how bugs taste.
Yeah, welcome to the Bugcast podcast. Here we're talking about all.
You
our
know those
favorite
little
bugs that
boxes?
we- Anyways, let's get to
Sometimes some kid would bring in boxes of crickets, like little, like packaged, flavored boxes.
What
What the
child
fuck are we
brings-
Was this an Enumclaw thing only?
What?
Was this a Farmtown thing only?
Yeah, what? I like.
Like
I
once
can
a
see-
year, some kid would bring in like a small box of like I don't know what brand or whatever, but they were bringing a box of like dead dried crickets that sometimes had like flavoring. I liked the bacon ones.
I know those exist. I've seen them as like novelty items. Some dude.
Yeah, sometimes the kids,
You had an
like,
annual
parents would get a
tradition
couple.
Of a dude walking in with a bag of crickets.
I'm sorry, this is the most insane thing anyone has ever fucking said to me.
Anyways, I'm muting now.
It's normal, anyways.
Oh, give us the atmosphere of these rocks, SB. I am holding the mic up to your face.
The what of these rocks?
Vibes.
Atmosphere?
The vibes, the atmosphere.
I mean,
the-
atmosphere. We're underground.
Does anyone have any light out, or are we depending on dark vision again? And if so, does Warhips have dark vision cast on him?
Oh yeah, he still does from last time. We haven't had a long rest.
Yeah, it's true. You probably have because there was the lost level you were just at. No. It's hard to immediately tell from these rocks. These caves have like a fair amount of stalactites and stalagmites, but not like it's the whole ceiling.
Oh, there's stalactites and stalagmites we're bringing up, but like just in case it's one of those fucking ropers again.
Yeah, Free will take out her mace.
All right. You take out your mace. The rocks here seem especially brown. There's usually like rocks are usually like fairly dull, especially above ground. But the stone here is such a deep and rich brown. You feel like would any of you know any more about geology? You probably think it's like some sort of fascinating type. The fact that you don't know much about geology makes you think, these are some brown rocks.
Ulli,
Warhips, yeah.
Ulli by race.
3/4 of the party go, actually, I love rocks.
Rocks of passion.
You give me a nature check, and if it's real good, you can know like rock facts.
Hell
Can Ulli make a check? Oh, but
Give me all the rocks. We love rocks in this
We
house.
love rocks in this house.
I think Ulli technically
Oh.
does have advantage on this, so that is a 17, I think.
Oh,
Artemis doesn't care. She will not make a check.
SP. Well, you know, if anyone was like into rocks, like you probably would know everybody collectively. Oh, actually. I love that.
oh, okay.
SDN is doing really quick rock research.
SP.
No, I'm not. Shut up. Okay. So this is like some pretty old sedimentary, like you think like limestone maybe that's been carved into these caves. You think that there was actually some sort of river here that helped carve out this little cavernous area that you're currently walking through. There's like a little bit of like reddish colorations here that seems to like that makes you think that like there's been a fair bit of oxidization that's gone through the stonework here.
Oh, there's hints of iron in this stone. You can tell by the reddish oxidation. There.
So, but beyond that, that's it. This is just a tunnel.
Yeah.
Sorry if you
all
made
three
that
of you
roll.
This is extremely bullying our DM. Hey, describe
All
the
three of you
rocks.
guys-
They're rocks. I mean, like, I don't know what else to say about that. Everybody does a nature check on the rocks.
No, listen. SB offered us the role for rock fact. Otherwise, I was going to drop it.
I'll offer you the roll with this foolish confidence that none of you would make it.
I'm
Me,
sorry.
And Ulli just start talking about rock back, and Artemis is just like,
Yeah, like the three of us get like really animated about nothing.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Sorry for any geology fans who might be watching.
Chat,
Oh.
I'm so sorry. Please, in the comments below, tell us your cool rock fact.
limestone isn't brown. That's my cool rock fact. And also,
I know it's kind of like yellowish, but like get off.
I know. I'm sorry.
You come to a long white bridge that passes over the river and to a familiar platform.
Do we not have to go
This is
across
wrong
the river?
way. This is the wrong
Yes,
way.
it's the wrong way.
Yeah, Warhips awkwardly waves and goes back.
For a second.
Artemis is a quick little polite bow.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, sorry, wrong way. Like, we give off our best lost tourist impression and fuck off.
Yeah, Free gives like a nod, doesn't really feel like a bow, gives an awkward shuffle of her shoulders and walks off.
Tiralai is still sort of lounging on top of this like little building up here, and as you guys walk over here, even if you're not making a lot of, they move their whole body to sort of like shift and like turn their head towards you, like they're a guard dog in a little dog bed that's supposed to bark at someone visiting but doesn't really have the energy.
Artemis gets here and then immediately realizes she did a bow instead of like a curtsy, and rides out here, does a extremely shoddy curtsy because she isn't quite sure how to do one, and then dashes back.
Free looks at Artemis. Is that important?
No,
Which one? Okay.
it's fancier to do a curtsy, isn't it?
It's what?
Is it?
It's fancier.
Free looks at Ulli.
Is it earlier? Should I be curtsying? I should probably be curtsying. I'm not sure. I don't know. Is it
It's fancier.
Ulli, do we need curtsy?
I think we need a curtsy more. I normally did like bows for like circus bows, but like maybe that ain't what you do in a polite society. Maybe that's more of like a gimmick.
We all fix Ulli with stairs.
Warhip says this with complete confidence and does not look to Ulli for guidance.
Free's like nodding to herself, like thinking back to her temple. He's like, yeah, people would kind of like spread their robes.
True, Mickey is still finding a bottle over there. Sorry, Mickey.
Sorry, Mickey. I'm sorry we're driving you to drink like this. Thanks for hanging out with us.
No, Mickey, do not. No, little German boy, do not open the can of beer.
Yeah.
Advisor.
Welcome to our extremely good D&D campaign.
Oh my god, this Budweiser is full of tipsy drinking.
Hello? We're out here to defend two groups of people. Germans and geologists, and no one else.
You guys did also get that fact about bioaccumulation wrong.
Fuck yourself,
And with
bio
your
boy.
help, we can insult all of the STEM majors.
With your help, you can make a small donation toward Egyptian aid.
Half of
Give
the
us
servers
one fact that
insist
will get
it
incorrect
exists.
on purpose.
Exactly. On purpose.
Half of
It
the
is so
server's
hard.
existence is a slight against technology majors.
Me and Rory are the only bastions of light in this server full of humanities majors. And
Magnus, you hate your major!
No, that's reasonable.
Then we can now say things. Oh, Mickey's typing.
Is your turn.
Also,
Yeah.
Warhips is like making sure to. Like,
I didn't
watch the
find a
ceiling.
bottle opener,
Hmm.
but
Make
Mickey,
it
you have to open it with your teeth.
no, I found Natalie who knows how to open bottles with lighters. So
I was gonna
no.
say open it with a rolled up $1 bill as if you would just use it for Coke.
Nick, now that you're back, this is very important. Everyone wants to know, ask Ulli if curtsying is more formal than bowing. Everyone is staring.
Uli thinks about it for a second. It's like, I think they're the same. I think it's just how deep you bow with curtsy that matters.
Well, how are you supposed to know which one you're supposed to do? Are they...
I mean, sometimes it's gendered. Not all the time, though. I don't really get it.
Is it like...
Mhm.
I guess, like, you'll just have to know when you do it.
Free looks stressed at this.
Artemis does a curtsy so deep she is almost sitting on the ground. And then she gets up.
Just sits
So it's
down
like, I
and
think
stands
curtsying
back
makes
up.
more sense if you're wearing clothes that can, like, go out to the side. You know, you can curtsy, like, with the clothes.
I see.
Oh, Nick, you're so quiet.
Yeah, they're very quiet. This sort of spiraling pattern within the tunnel coincides with a set of not stairs exactly, but sort of slightly lower, like mini plateaus of rock and stone, built seemingly naturally by various stones and such. So it sort of gives you an idea of a long spiral staircase downwards, all the way down to the next level.
Oh my god, guys, we finally did it! Oh my god!
After
It's
13
been
years
100
of
years!
wandering around.
I would say that Max should be proud of us, but he's absolutely not.
Absolutely.
Alright, where are we?
As you sort of wander down, give everyone I think Mickey and Magnus a chance. I set it up so Free and Warhips should probably be already good to go.
I have dynamic lighting back up, it's fine.
Okay. Oh, Mickey, do you have dynamic lighting back up?
There we are.
No, because I'm still on the work computer, so I can't download anything.
Oh no!
Oh, right.
Also, unfortunately, I won't be able to ever see anything.
Maybe,
This is alright, though.
We could just do Fog of War for this session unless it's like a real hassle.
We can do fog. It's not a hassle, but it means I won't get.
maybe we could do, like, the streaming setup where, like, Magnus streams.
No, that'd be actually, I think, way more complex.
All right.
It's just
you
for this
guys-
session, and the next session, Mickey should be back to.
I know, but it's this session that it's going to be important for. Hi. So you guys come on down.
Head it out. In like 7:38 my time.
Oh.
So then I should be home like later in the session.
Oh, all right then. Let me know when that works. Timing might work out. It all depends.
So we'll just take our time and drag our feet.
Mm-hmm. all that.
Rocks.
No, don't worry about that. That'll happen naturally. All that stuff I said about the stone in the last, in that last little area, is especially true down here. Even
iron deposits.
It's not iron deposits. It's not like ores. It's not like, oh, we need to build up a mine here. It's just a bunch of like naturally occurring, fun to look at, varying colors in the rocks that form like almost spiral patterns or like little stripes. And even you can tell all this without dark vision. It's very clear that it's different types of sediment and rock here.
Artemis is going to suggest we have the light up here just in case something changes with the light.
Also, I would
because
like to see the glycerin. Anyways, I use the light orb. I use the light bulb item. Fifth lab.
Yep. So Parisian has some light in the front. Bree will have some light in the back.
Excellent.
Mhm.
Free, you hold out your mace, which normally would tire you out, but you've got these gauntlets, so it's actually pretty easy to lift. And you guys wander forward. The second thing you notice as you get deeper, this is sort of the first time where you've been in a cave, and it's about as cold as it really should be, as far as you think you are underground. There's this place isn't touched by the sun ever. There's not like a bunch of humidity in the air or various movement. You get down and you can immediately feel it chill in your bones. It almost feels like there should be snow, but why would there be snow down here?
This is the first time Artemis is like, yeah, I've grown used to living in Waterdeep during the summer months and whatever. And then she gets here and it's like, oh, I sure haven't. Whoa, everything, I can see more clearly now. My intelligence score hasn't changed technically, but she is functioning better. It's like the trolls and Discworld. You know how it is.
Warhips is done.
So, yeah.
Just
So
like-
you guys can see yourself, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Feel free to move your tokens. I'm waiting to reveal until you move.
This is would you call this the 7th or the 6th level?
On the fresco, I'm counting.
Okay, I will call this the 7th level then.
Yeah.
Brownstone. With almost pattern.
There was that recent. This level was one of the ones that I pointed out on that Tumblr post of all these different types of caves.
Yeah! I was
Check
so
that out.
happy that you found it and decided to tag them.
It feels like Willow's level and this level has been a lot more natural.
Yeah. I'm a stick left. You know, the thing we give up very quickly when it gets.
Yeah, the thing we give up almost immediately because, oh, well, we might as well check that out while it's here.
Yeah. Well, it's a good place to start at least.
Another thing you notice about the tunnels here is that they're very much taller than they are wide. Warhips, your head doesn't even get close to the ceiling.
Can we see the ceiling?
Oh yeah.
Okay, good.
I don't like that.
Naginata blade above in case of falling creatures.
Yep.
Sure.
Artemis is just trundling along. Hashtag the trundle. This is really nice.
Can I make a perception
It-
check into this clearing?
Yep,
It
go
most
ahead.
certainly will not be nice for long.
Nat 20.
Oh!
Yeah! We're on a new level, baby!
Yeah, starting off strong. Warhips, you immediately notice a whole bunch of like at first you sort of think are some sort of sleeping creatures perhaps or dead things. Very large. They've got some sort of like set of claws at the front of their face. They're sort of like gorillas, but you can tell that there's sort of like a beetly chitness to them. But with your perception, you can also notice, no, not quite. It's a whole bunch of cast-off shells of these things.
Is this an Umber Hulk?
Yes, and because it's you're not 20, that, and you've seen them before, you do recognize these as Umber Hulks, or at least the shells of Umber Hulks. And a fair pile of them are in this room.
Warhips is making extra sure to listen out for thumps. So, Umber Hulks. Warhips points. They're just the castings part. I'm gonna sneak into this room. I'm actually gonna roll stealth because I don't want to get yanked.
I think an Umber Hulk is very hard.
Yeah.
We are not going to be snuck up on by an Umber Hulk, I don't think.
It's happened to you on 2 separate occasions because they Kool-Aid manned through the wall.
Yeah, but that's not called sneaking up.
Okay, we were surprised by him.
Oh, sure,
True.
we're surprised. Hey, Free, could you look at, like, the shed-ins, tell if they were from Greasing or from one creature?
Yeah, would this be survival to like gauge
Yeah.
the composition rate? Cool. 10. I am not familiar with Umbrahook decomposition, nor this climate.
Yeah, you have no idea how long it would be, but there's enough in here that you would be extremely surprised if it was all from the same one.
Oh, cool. So there's multiple down here.
That's not quite surprising.
It's just terrifying.
How are we on spells and everything?
Pardon?
How are we on resources?
I got most of my juice in me, you know. Most of my third level spells, not too many of my second level spell slots, and all my first ones.
Alright.
I actually have everything except for I used 1 4th level and 1/3.
Yeah.
So I'm good.
Artemis, the small tunnel that you're looking into now, as well as the other one, sort of put you in mind of little mouse holes. They're sort of like fairly circular, not perfectly circular. There's still a fair bit of like rubble and iron to make them look natural, but it's definitely more of a little bit of a squeeze, which is interesting compared to the very spacious tunnels in other parts.
In case Artemis goes dark again.
Yep. Artemis is gonna just poke her head through.
Yeah.
You poke your head through. You see a whole bunch of different little passageways that you can sneak on through here.
1 second. I am gonna do a stealth check as I make my way through these little tunnels.
Sure. You actually have to duck just a little bit.
Ooh! Interesting. This is the first time she's ever had to do this. In her life. Ears perked. 21 passive perception.
Make a perception check. If you're thinking about listening, you're making a check.
26.
Ah.
Even better. You're listening. You don't hear anything yet. Caves seem fairly quiet. You come out into a fairly large area.
Yeah, I'll call the rest of my party over. I'll just worm my way through these tunnels. Try to find the tallest path for my party to go through. There's more tunnel over that way. If we are going left, we should go. Prison, you might have a little trouble. I had to duck. So
Who's gonna check out this a little bit first, in case there's another way.
Hey y'all, real quick, just because we know there's Umbrahooks about, and tunneling beasts typically use like some sort of tremor sense. They feel the vibrations in the ground. Anybody got any spare cloth we can wrap either my hooves or Freeze armor in? We should really travel quiet.
Bree looks down at her entire body.
No, just
I think I would.
like the bottom of your feet in cloth, so it doesn't hit against the floor so hard.
Free looks into her bag and the whole rest of her rattles.
We probably have like sleeping blankets. Like
I mean, double check if Free has a bedroll.
I don't think Artemis carries one. She doesn't, because if she did, she'd be overweight.
Oh, right, yes. She has a winter blanket.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't.
we don't really want to cut that in half, do we?
No, Carlin gave it to me.
I have a spare belt that's leather. Maybe we could wrap that around strap that around one of the other feet.
I don't think this is going to be as effective as you're hoping.
It's gonna be a little bit, just something to soften the clangs is what we're really looking for. It's like screaming versus yelling. No, it's like screaming versus talking loudly.
Gonna hold up a hand to our party as she crawls into this little space.
Certainly. I imagine you're still stealthing.
Yes.
I'll let you use your previous stealth check.
Yes. Okay, it just opens up back up into more tunnel. We're sticking with left though. She's gonna come back and whisper. It continues downwards. If we want to keep our left path, we should go north.
Yeah, we should do that. Can like we do like a group stealth check or something? Just as we
Yeah.
look? Because I'm paranoid of something Kool-Aid manning at us.
Oh, yeah.
Oh no.
Artemis, I'm gonna say make a stealth check as well if
Yeah.
we're doing a new group one.
Yep.
Ulli, can we get a stealth check? Oh, good.
Oh wow, I did terrible. Not that it matters. There's a 4 out of 6 in the mix.
We are split so down the middle.
All right.
Okay, well, I feel like I've accomplished nothing calling this group stealth check, but...
That was precisely what I was going to say. You say, hey guys, let's try and be sneaky, so it'll make me feel a little more comfortable. You don't feel more comfortable.
You're now just more aware of your two not very stealthy party members.
Delightful. Anyways, fantastic.
Ears.
Ulli is like genuinely walking pretty quietly for a while, and then they trip over a rock and yell, "Fuck!"
Betrayed by the rocks.
Oh no, the rocks strike back. Tree's not being stealthy because she's still swinging around her mace that's shedding light.
It seriously just clunks into something. Just clunk, clink.
Again, these tunnels are much higher than they are wide.
No, we're talking on the sides of the walls. Please.
Oh no,
I
yeah.
don't
they-
like that, Esty. I don't like it.
I'm just mentioning it because I don't want you to feel like, oh, we're in these tunnels and they're like tunnel shaped. No, it's big.
Artemis, sorry. Artemis is wondering, perhaps these are about the height of an umberhook?
They're taller.
Oh.
Worse.
Worse. Yeah, that doesn't make me
No.
feel better.
Sometimes knowing is worse.
Presumably, the tunnel to level 6 was made by an Umberhulk. You guys are fairly certain of that. These are definitely bigger tunnels.
Warhips looks around. Is there
Yeah,
like...
can I marks on the side?
Yeah, I was about to say,
To identify?
is there a pattern to like the marks? Are there teeth marks? Are there shoe marks? And does it, Warhips looking at this, does it look like, this is a weird thing to say, does it look like these tunnels would be carved out by a worm moving around? Like one single long entity?
Go ahead and make a survival check. Artemis, Artemis, you near this corner, and you sort of look around and you spot something just sort of curled up. You almost think it's a boulder for half a moment. And then the other half of the moment you go, nope, that is not the texture of a boulder, but there is something very large and very round curled up in the cave to your right.
Artemis holds a hand back and just kind of points at the boulder to Ulli because she doesn't want to talk. Flaps her hand.
Warhips, you are fairly certain that these were not made by worms or anything like such. You don't think these were. You think these are fairly natural, except for around the top, which seems carved out.
Worse.
Everything you say about this is making it worse.
No, that's satisfying. No, that's good. I personally, as a player, I was like, oh shit, were these carved out by purple worms? Anyways, this is more relieving. Terrifying in its own way, but different.
Sorry. Artemis waits for the rest of the party to get here and then points over there at the boulder-shaped thing. Something is there. Something is there.
Artemis first ways Free puts away her mace.
Warhips turns off the fourth floor.
Mm-hmm.
Warhips immediately go, no, I still have the vision. Okay, that's what to say.
Artemis points back. A different way?
What's the sky look like?
You guys all have your
Older.
dark vision. You're getting a little. It's not too difficult for you to figure out after a bit, just based on the way it's resting, the regular size. It's not actually something that you are all unfamiliar with. It's just much, much bigger than any similar thing that you've seen before.
Artemis has not had good experiences with bears in her past.
Warhips, you have. You actually once roomed next to a polar bear in the circus.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is actually something I have mentioned before. This is bigger than that.
Oh my god, they're bigger than
Okay.
Trifosity.
Identify what kind of bear, because I know polar bears and grizzly bears are the meanest.
Make a nature check.
I would hesitate to put a polar bear and a grizzly bear on the same level of being mean.
Polar bears are way meaner.
Polar bears are
I know,
yes,
yeah.
but they're also much less likely to be, come across.
True.
Their rarity brings them down.
Free, you don't know.
It is a bear.
That's what you're thinking. You're like, you think there's grizzly bears, there's polar bears, there's black bears, and you run through those. You know that this isn't any of them.
Free
Yeah,
says
definitely.
realizing there could be more bears that she has not come across before in her forest time. For a nature cleric, she has actually experienced a relatively small range of nature.
You're
Can I try rolling?
Go ahead.
animals, right?
Ulli, you
Ulli and
have,
Free going through the exact same list in their head.
Ulli, this is, again, not a type of bear that you have personally fought before.
Artemis also doesn't know.
Artemis, that is enough.
Oh, okay. Artemis sees this huge bear and it's like, oh.
Artemis, you... Okay, Warhips knows for some reason. I can't explain it. Artemis, you know because this is one of the things that you were warned about when you were a kid.
Oh.
There are grizzly bears, and those are pretty scary, right? They'll mess you up. There are polar bears, and those are even bigger than that, and they will absolutely eat you just out of curiosity. These are bigger than that. These are cave bears. The real life equivalent would be one of those sort of like older caveman era animals. That's like the animals we have, but twice as big for some reason.
Artemis is going through this in her head, and she's remembering, Rana Earthkeeper telling her, if you see this, don't disturb it. Just try to back away. Get out of there as fast as you can. These things will maul you to death. And then she remembers hearing about this, and then later that night in their little tent, looking at Target and saying, I'm going to kill one of those one day.
So what you were warned about cave bears, specifically, you're not sure if they're actually any meaner than a polar bear in terms of will just eat you. But basically the warning was you can't explore a cave for too long, because if the cave belongs to a cave bear, it will walk in and just block the whole exit.
Like a barrier.
Well, this whole
bear,
thing is
yeah.
cave, so I guess we're out of luck.
Artemis looks at Ulli, and they make eye contact.
Warhips looks at Free like, hey, maybe we could be friendly, and just feels the bloodlust radiating.
Warhips, with your nature check, you've hung around the polar bear all the time. You don't think this thing is extremely scarier than a polar bear? You think it's probably just a little bit scarier? Which is probably good news, because feasibly you guys have dealt with things way scarier than polar bears, but it's still like a bear.
Free is
There is
so
still a
relieved
bear.
that this is just an animal and not some horrific aberration or something.
I don't know
She's
that.
That was mostly what Warhips was trying to think of.
yeah. Okay, well,
going to fight it?
I-
Maybe they could be
I-
a guide if Free can befriend it, and then if that goes wrong, we're fighting it anyways.
Yeah, let's see what else there is. If this is in fact just an animal who's had the misfortune of living in this cave, then I'd prefer to leave it be for now, at least.
But when will I ever get to fight another? When will I ever get to see a cave bear again? Come on. Come on, it'd be so cool if I got to go home and tell Target, oh, Artemis.
Two cave bear.
See? We can have good notes on where to go if Free can just get the info. Do you have speak with animals?
Let me actually double check what Bree has. I know she has the charm animals and plants. Let me see what that all entails. Blah, blah, blah. It is friendly. Do I have speak with animals? Yes, that is one of my always prepared.
I'm just saying, it would be such a huge get if I got to go home and tell people I killed the cave bear.
Free looks between Prissy and who's like, hey, we can make a bear friend.
Make a bear friend. It's the same energy, but on completely opposite motives.
Free's like, just let the bears be.
Mm.
This is fair. I can't make you make friends. No matter how hard I try for you.
It'd be such a huge get.
Free turns fully around to Artemis. A bear? That is the biggest sketch from this place?
Well, it's not exactly as if I would. If people up north know about what a amber hawk is, this is have for reference point.
Somewhere out there, Artemis can feel that Target has already in single combat beat a brown bear.
Yeah, Artemis can feel it in her gut. She knows.
Target comes back with like the pelt of the brown bear like slung across their shoulder. Artemis comes back engulfed in the cave bear's pelt. Just
Hey, Mickey. What's the situation on you getting back home?
I think we're leaving like right at 8 because that's when the last
That's
appointment.
in 2 hours for, yeah.
Okay.
Hour and a half. Wow.
Is there any chance that I could just like convince you to look away for a second while we get?
Yeah, we can go back. We can go a different place. We can go back and fight that cave bear.
No, I mean this is a question for Mickey.
Like just like not look at Roll20 for a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically. Like I'd move you around.
the full podcast.
Okay.
Okay. That'd be. You don't have to, but like I think I really want to. Maintain
Here, I'll free my game so
Okay,
people can at least.
Artemis can stream it, we can do the thing searching. So there's-
Okay, cool. All right.
I'm not even Magnus to you anymore.
No, this is, we're in character, Magnus. You can't break. I'm sorry, you can't.
Okay.
Oh god.
Okay. I use the term largest room you've ever been in before. Maybe a bit too much. This is the largest goddamn cavern room you have ever seen. It is larger than you could feasibly imagine a space of air being underground. It's too high up for your dark vision to see the ceiling, way too far across for your dark vision to see the other side. You can barely make out the ends. It is enormous.
Artemis puts a hand in front of Free, getting closer.
As you sort of get a little bit closer, you notice that there is a steep drop-off. Not that steep, actually. Just sort of slides down. You could probably sort of maneuver your way down if you're very... You're not immediately sure how deep it is until you get a little closer.
Perception check to Lise.
Perception check to also listen.
Make a perception check.
I will do
No,
it.
not one. She's
Oh,
so
not
excited.
even worse.
Somehow worse.
I'm gonna do a perception check, and I'm gonna have Zool help.
Sure.
Yeah! Perfectly balanced as all things should be.
For you're a little worried about the size, Warhips, you're hearing out. You guys are like straining for like weird noises. You're the one who just hears like shuffling around the bottom, like way over. And it sounds like a crane shuffling through a bunch of stones.
Artemis is. I think Artemis is too busy thinking about how fucking cool it would be to fight a cave bear in here.
It's like a whole arena set up just for this.
Yeah.
Something's down there.
Do we recognize what this is?
That's definitely
That is an umbrella.
You guys can barely see the bottom with your dark vision.
Ooh, this is big.
Oh, it's big. You can barely see the bottom, and you can just barely make out the edge of a unmoving bugbear that certainly doesn't, Umber Hulk, that certainly does not look like the shells that you saw.
Let's go around. Let's not go down into the pit.
No, I meant like south or north or... I was definitely not saying go in the pit. I was definitely not saying go in the pit. Okay, we're going
Yeah, because I can get out of the pit, but I am not confident you guys can. I am confident that Ulli can. Sorry, I changed my mind on that.
I can fly. Okay.
Yeah, it's just freeze. It's gonna be stuck.
Artemis says that and is immediately like, no. Also, Artemis is gonna grab a hold of Bellboy so Bellboy doesn't clang as it moves.
This is reasonable. It's not like I can summon Bellboy.
Puts it in a pocket.
Cool.
Stuffs the inside of Bellboy's bell part with a cloth. She had cloth. She forgot that hooves made sound because Parisians never did. So she just never thought to offer. I'm assuming Ulli is right behind us. Just imagine them there.
Yes, that
Was
is.
that another Umber Hulk?
That sure is.
Oh, and there's something like just here.
Oh. Oh god, you're right.
Artemis is gonna try to...
Yeah, if we
and-
can like hold on to Ulli and like lean down to see if she can see what this could possibly be here.
Guys, I have a familiar that can float.
Yes, but Zool might die if Zool gets too near.
I prepare an action to unsummon Zool if things go bad, so I can
Okay.
use it as a reaction.
Okay.
Artemis takes the dodge action.
So can Zool make a stealth check?
Wait,
Yes.
Free is going to, for your sake, Parisian, cast resistance on Zool.
Have Zool make a stealth check.
Oh, they have a +5 to stealth. 23.
Yeah.
Cool.
I don't see it.
Oh, it's
Don't
to
see
the
what?
DM. It's to the DM only.
Oh, it's to the DM, okay.
Yeah, give me a moment.
It's all good.
Sometimes you say things.
Me?
No,
Yes,
SBs,
SB.
give me a moment.
That's true. It's incredibly disconcerting.
Come on, load.
Zool's also... Wait. How does Zool...
Give me a second.
No,
Don't move Zool too much yet.
I'm not moving Zool at all. I'm also checking something. Okay, fly 30 feet. Gotcha.
Okay, cool. Zool continues forwards near the middle of the cavern.
Zool's gonna get some height on this, going about like 60 feet up essentially. And just kind of like
Sure.
at the very edge of his vision, he's gonna be able to see the floor.
Zool still manages to see because the head is like almost as high as where you guys are on this extremely high ledge. Something wandering around, poking around, occasionally picking up the corpse of an Umber Hulk and kicking it a couple feet. But Zool attempts to ignore that and floats higher and higher towards the center of the cavern. It is at this area near the center where Zool notices a long spindle that goes through the direct center of the cavern almost all the way to the ceiling. There seems to be something of a decent size at the top of the spindle. And Zool, being Zool, continues right towards it. What Zool finds is a castle at the very top of this odd spindle.
Oh!
It seems to just float in the air with no apparent regards to gravity. It doesn't rotate, it just stays there, immobile. It is about the size of a bouncy castle, but with the completely normal proportions of a castle that you would imagine at regular size. It has 5 towers, 1 for each corner, and 1 at the very south. And that is all Zool immediately takes in. But it does get closer.
Oh, are we gonna have to do Fae stuff?
I'm.
Yep.
I almost think this could be. No, I don't want to say it in case I'm wrong.
No, say it. It's almost definitely not Fae.
Oh, Zool is looking so hard. Zool can tell that this is something fascinating and they want to see all of it. Zool quickly finds, I imagine you're looking through Zool's eyes. At the sort of, what you now imagine as the front of the castle, hold on, let me check something. I think I checked this recently. Yeah, Warhips, what are your languages again? You don't seem to have them on your character sheet. Oh, if it's just that, then you have them. All right. On the front of the castle, there is a door that oddly is kind of perfectly fit for Zool. It's like a bit taller than Zool is.
I'll go in.
Because it's a bit taller than Zool is because that's like Zool's proportions, but Zool can just sort of like comfortably fit through the front of the door if it were open.
This feels like such a trap for some fucking reason.
And there is a little what you can only imagine is a sign. It's a little bit of wood that does not fit in with the rest of the castle's aesthetic. That is on the front of this door in a language that you do not recognize. Zool finds it.
My brain just went, no, little German Zool, don't go into the
Zool finds a whole bunch of windows on the outside that are extremely small. It can't even get its eyes in, and it can't really make up much of the rooms. And it sees that in the center there is in fact a little courtyard. Said courtyard has a couple of doors that seem like smaller doors that seem to lead into the center of the castle, or the large border, whatever counts as the center, when the middle is open. And in the very center of this courtyard is a statue. There's these there's not any nature in the courtyard, but there's these gardens of glittering, pebble-sized crystals. And Zool eventually takes a closer look at the statue. You got a nat 20, I'm giving you everything. A little bit closer at the statue, you see it's a largely plump man, wearing a large cloak and holding a book in one hand, with a helmet that has these sort of blade-like fins. And as Zool looks around, you actually do get to make out words in a language you understand, because at the base of the statue, there is a pedestal that says Madigo.
Madigo.
Warhips is like quietly describing it in like kind of surreal detail.
As this happens, you guys hear continued stomping from something that's looking around down here. Free, you're trying to peer over, which represents your stealth check, and Artemis hops over here and pulls both you and Ulli down a bit. Luckily, this ledge is tall enough that when this thing looks upwards, it cannot make you out.
Yeah. Artemis was previously standing in front of Warhips, who, can't defend himself right now, and then sees this thing coming, and then sees Free fully leading her whole body out, and is like, ah!
This thing is completely bald to the point where you're not sure if it could biologically grow any hair.
Flappy bald head.
It's got some leathers or furs that it's wearing, and a large club in one hand that seems to be just some sort of large cave pillar that it's grabbed. You also can notice, even from this far away, that this thing is jacked. More than the character token would indicate. It's this looks like the sort of dude who would sit you down and talk to you about the difference between triceps and biceps for about 30 minutes. It's all extreme muscle definition on this guy.
Miss suddenly feels in sync with Target.
Meanwhile...
Artemis, because her mind was already on Target, thinks, that Target would have loved to fight the giant.
Meanwhile, Zool has tried the doors in the courtyard and has had no luck. And
No!
Zool telekinetically, you can't actually psychically communicate with it. You can only get emotions, but it gets that sort of go-ahead emotion, and just psychically, telekinetically opens the door, and it just whoop pops open.
And for some reason, Crazy and Zero are actually just on the same level. It's just we've been both kind of caught on what the fuck is going on. By all means, I got you.
There's not even a soup or anything. It's just a door hanging in the air. You don't know how you'd stand outside this door, but Zool can open it pretty easily and continues inwards past the sign that you cannot read.
The sign said, "Do not enter on fear of death."
It wanders in.
Hold on, you have comprehend languages, don't you? Unless you got rid of it.
But it's gonna take 10 minutes for me to cast.
Okay.
Doesn't have it prepared. Zool continues forwards into a very small room that has 4 little pedestals, atop each of which is a corked flask.
Alice in Wonderland has.
There is continuing forwards another door beyond this room that Zool doesn't really look at. It seems like this is sort of a small opening or room that you might just walk in before you get to the main area of the actual castle. Zool's, because you can see omnidirectionally when you're looking through Zool, because it's got eyes for days. You see that the walls mostly seem to be made of a sort of some sort of just stone. There are occasional sort of blocks that seem to be a different substance that you can't quite make out with dark vision.
The emotions are fascinating, steely,
The last thing that Zool sees is that on each of these little pedestals and on each of these little like vials on the pedestals, there is a feather duster that seems to by itself be dusting off the pedestal.
Can I make an Arcana check on Stone Giant to see what I know vaguely about them, or even?
You don't know there's a stone giant here.
Can I make an Arcana check on the giant I saw?
Yeah, Warhip saw the giant
Oh.
through Zool. So Warhip's make an Arcana check, yeah.
12.
Oh gosh. You think there's like a type of giant that's known for magic, but you can't quite tell which.
There'd be more giants here.
Small giants. The big little leagues. The little biglings?
This doesn't seem like it's kind of speciality, but alright. Yeah.
Zool is going to. You can see it like looks at the little vials. Like one of each of its smaller eyes is focused on a vial, and the main eye is focused on the front door. And because of your sort of like caution emotion, it continues moving forward instead of picking up one of the vials and just chugging it.
It doesn't.
Crazy. Did like they shared that idea of this like telepathic connection, and Warhips like no. Later. After exploring then.
It's not easy, I assure you.
It was a hard fought battle on both sides. This was a psychic struggle on both ends.
As Zool telekinetically opens the door that continues, the first thing that you get is this blaring bleep, 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 that is just going all over the place. There's no lights or anything, but there's a lot of noise.
Do we hear it from, like, where we are?
You do not.
No.
Okay, so we don't know anything's wrong. Cool.
Crazy and
Just,
just-
like, make sure.
Crazy and psychically command Zool to like run out, grab a potion with its teeth, and fly up to the ceiling as fast as it can.
You can't technically command Zool to get anything, but you
Yeah.
fear.
Give off the vibes of like grab it dash.
Give me one moment. No, I have to do it again. I have to do this again. Okay, stop. I'm quiet. Okay. No, I know what I'm gonna do. Yep, that happens. Zool is opening the door. Something stares back at Zool through the door. It is not big. You're sort of thrown for a loop because in comparison to these rooms, it looks really big, but it's the size of Zool, so it must be small. But it's this, like, weird-looking kind of bat creature with these chubby little arms and legs and bat wings sticking out of its back that looks at, like, Zool with this wide stare for a moment and then just lunges towards it. We're gonna roll an initiative for just Zool.
Tiny initiative.
Oh, you have a reaction to snap Zool back if there's danger. But you want that fucking potion and you're willing to risk your familiar's life for it? Yeah, that's what I fucking thought.
Okay, go ahead and roll initiative for Zool. Alright, Zool is gonna go first.
So the bat's blocking the doorway completely?
The doorway forward, not the doorway back.
The doorway forward, not the doorway back. Gotcha. The other ways are kind of stupid. Is this a similar... I really just wanted to... God, I'm trying so hard to try to figure out if this is just like a bat or like something that would one-shot Zool. I would love
It has arms and legs!
It has arms and legs.
It has arms and legs, yeah. It's got bat wings.
Oh, awful.
It's
Soul's gonna run
further, like, towards this thing.
further into the castle.
Okay, yeah, so like I said, blocking the door forward, not back, but not completely blocking it. Alright, Zool, pushes forward. This is weird, I gotta set up the whole map for myself.
Yeah, we're just kind of here.
Okay, so Zool is, like, through the door, and, like, Zool also, like, went a little bit through the door and saw this thing about to the right in these, like, nice hallways. Doesn't get a chance to really look at them, but there's so many details about these halls. It's crazy. This thing is to Zool's right. There is a door immediately in front of it, and there is plenty of castle in to the left.
Which way do I vaguely think could lead to the courtyard that maybe Zool can squeeze out through?
You imagine that it would be forward, and it would be the door in front.
Cool. I think Zool's going to go forward very quickly.
Okay, Zool's going to continue doing that. Telekinetics the door. The door does not move.
Oh, I'm quickly taking notes. I just immediately got distracted.
Zool has not gone that far deep into the castle yet. They're only past, like, the first entrance room. Okay, you're not taking long enough, and you don't have full command of Zool. It's just an emotional. I'm gonna take over Zool. Zool's just gonna run deeper. Yes, I will allow that.
I don't know if that's gonna help
because Zool pops forward. You see this thing sort of pounce on the area right behind, like, where Zool was. Like, it sort of leaps a little bit like you might imagine a large cat would. Its arms, like, forward, its wings stretched out and, like, kind of curved back behind it for aerodynamics, and slams into the ground, like, peers around, not showing much emotion on its face.
It's been a brain dog.
It's sort of stalking around. Zool, there are doors all around Zool. Zool doesn't immediately try to open any of them. Actually, yeah, no, Zool just continues forward without opening any doors. It's getting a little lost in the castle now.
There's no height you can get above the creature as it goes, and would there be a way for Zool to skirt around the beast?
In a weird way, no. Zool and this creature are large enough, they kind of, like, not completely, but they kind of fill the hallway. Yes, we'll talk in that effect, but, you know. Yeah. It could. I'm not sure if Zool is smart enough to do that. Yeah, make a flat wisdom check.
Okay, cool.
Prison. Not good enough, I'm afraid. You try to like go, I will emotionally smart thing. Think smart thought. Zool does open a door, but it's the one nearest to it. Zool quickly looks into a room that seems to be completely full of tiny, like very small blocks, and these are small to these are tiny to Zool, so these must be like almost hard to see for you. But you notice that they are all actually like well shaped, if that's an odd way to say it. Like you think that they're all sort of identical in how they're made, and that there's pattern to them. They're like small and symmetrical. But Zool doesn't get much more than that. They open the there's another door in this room, and they open that door as well. And in the other room, they find a large oven and a whole, like a bunch of stacks of like small boxes, something. It can't quite make it out. Thankfully, Zool had put a fair bit of distance between it and the bat creature. But it continues, it immediately rushes towards the, is gonna take a swing at disadvantage. Okay.
I don't have. I just want you guys to know that I don't have any of the specific rooms written down because it is a little hard to conceptualize.
It just barely hits. Could I get Zool to make a Constitution throw?
You know what, Mickey? You don't even actually need roll 20 for this. So we're actually
you're good.
good on this. Yeah.
Yeah, it's theater of the mind for everyone.
It's theater of the mind.
Warhips, you're kind of like focusing on Zool getting out of there. This thing gets close. It's right up in Zool's face. Zool feels bigger than it usually is, and it doesn't have sort of safety net of being small and tucked in a corner. It's like filling the room that it's in, and this thing is blindly attacking the room. It lashes out. You see tiny little teeth. That's one of the last things you see that goes right for one of the eyes at the edge, so the eye almost gets a look at the inside of this thing's mouth. And then your emotional connection is severed, and you are violently brought back to where you are.
They have 23 HP because of the temporary implants.
Yep.
Oh, fuck.
Keep quiet. There's a big giant thing. What?
Frasian snaps back, looks over, panics. We have to go to the shop right now.
Why? What's wrong? What's happening?
Give me a health potion, Sue's gonna die. I'm
What?
going.
Wait, what's up there?
Health
Go
potion
there!
now.
You have health potions.
Health potion, cool. I cast flying.
Wait,
All
what
right.
is it? What is it? You can...
A Freeble slap Frisian. Or, no, Zool still has resistance. That counts for death saves, right?
It's been more than a minute for sure.
Has it?
I mean, certainly, right?
Then I will cast it on Frisian.
Warhips is going to try to fly in stealth to the top of the pillar.
Are you going to stealth? Because that will half your movement speed. Instead, and you won't be able to dash.
Yeah. Oh, I won't be able to dash, huh?
I think I might be able to dash. I think you'll just be half. Don't worry about it. Never mind. Well, if you want to take the direct, that's at like a diagonal angle. It'll be about like 80 feet, which you can make in one turn while dashing. However, going directly that route will pretty much make you a pretty obvious sight in the air if this creature happens to look up at that exact moment. You could instead follow the ceiling to try to get to the castle and then drop as much as you need to from there. But that will take you 2 or 3 rounds. Okay, I'm gonna say roll a stealth check.
I love the rest of the party still has no fucking clue what's going on and no way to get up there.
He just came back, snapped back, and started panicking. I'm also going to use my ambush combat maneuver.
Sure.
Which just gives me an extra D8 to this.
Okay. A 14, you say?
Fuck. Yep. I probably should have thrown inspiration on that, but I didn't do it until after I rolled that, so fucking
You guys all watch Warhips just sort of takes off, sort of like flying, like peering over to look at this giant, just to make sure it's not looking in the right direction. And Warhips, you successfully get to the castle. You're paying a little too much attention to it when something feels wrong. Like, you look over, you blink, you're looking back, and suddenly it's like, something is weird with depth perception and, like, maybe your field of vision, you're not quite sure what it is, you're rushing forward. As Warhips gets up there, you do hear silence for a second and then quick movement as this thing runs over here. Sees you, like, just going up in that direction. And then, like, scans around and sees all of you over here for about a split second.
Honestly, that's preferable to it directing all its attention on Parisian, who's so far away.
Parisian does seem, thankfully, out of its range, although you're not sure if it could pull out some sort of range stuff at any moment. So we're going to go to 2 separate areas.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, by the way, but...
Oh no, this.
No, let Kiki be sorry for this one, actually. We always say don't split the party, and the one to shoot you the second she gets the chance.
She is saving her little guy.
She got Rule in danger! She could have snapped back to Rule at any given moment! Anyways, I will be doing physics homework since it seems we're not doing much here.
Yeah. Well, you will be doing much. We're going to quit for all of you, as you see this thing run in your direction, make a perfect athletic like jump upwards, and all of a sudden, two sets of extremely large fingers slam onto the edge right where you guys. This thing starts pulling himself up.
God, Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh, shit, I know exactly what's going on. Oh,
Nope.
no.
Care to enlighten? No, you can't even because you're so far away. And none of us know what's going on. None of us know there's a castle there. I think we'll fucking die. Alone. And none of us will know this.
Goodbye forever. Oh, we're all rolling so bad.
Absolutely not. Anyway, that's my bet, because it's just real small, like it feels like this thing would set up to. Warhips would still be able to contact. SP, does Warhips still feel the Find Familiar spell up?
I'm not really sure if you can tell. You look at that, and I'll get to you on your turn.
Gotcha.
All right. It's the giant's turn first.
Yeah, sure is.
Pulls itself all the way up here. One leg is sort of up, like one leg on the edge, one leg hanging off that hasn't got all the way up. One arm like on the ground, the other arm lifting up this great big club that it has, as it sort of looks at all of you with a moment of confusion. Takes a quick.
I think Free goes before Ulli.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Yeah.
Takes a quick There's like almost like an eyebrow quirk as it looks down at you. And you can Free and Artemis. What's your passive insight? Ulli is not gonna.
My passive insight is a 17.
Free?
18.
Okay. You both quickly see this thing sort of scan you guys, and you can both tell that what happens is it looks over to Artemis first. No. Looks over to Free. Maybe. Sees Ulli, and there's a moment of hell yes, and then slams the club down on Ulli.
Artemis is so slighted. She is. Hey. Artemis has forgotten about Parisian's flight and is about to. She is going to fight the snow giant to the fucking death.
Okay. Ulli, feel free to come back on in.
Okay.
You can see these areas on the map. I'm not. And this guy also, after that, does a quick into the air. Ulli, the club slams in between you and Free. You barely step out of the way. Suddenly there's a whole wall in between you, and you're like, phew, thank goodness I dodged it. And then the wall slams into your side, and you take 16 bludgeoning damage.
Oh my god.
What the hell?
Free, it's your turn.
Check to see if grasping vine does damage.
It really sucks that I only get one extra language because I think it would make sense for Artemis to be able to speak giant as Goliaths do.
I am so close to almost letting you retcon having giant instead of dwarvish.
No, Dwarvish has helped us out too many times, I think.
That's why I'm only close to it.
Yeah. I also don't know how to do this fitness problem.
Okay. I would like. Ooh, never mind. Not for that con save. I was about to cast blindness and deafness, but I'm pretty sure a stone giant's con is
100,000,
pretty good.
100,000. Yeah. You know how it is.
It can roll really low.
No, it can't. It won't.
Not for one of my second level spell slots, it won't. I'm just gonna try and. I think we're gonna need some damage for this one. That's in that one.
You summon a little thing. It hits. You don't think it does anything. Like, it just sort of, like, bonks off the side of this huge dude.
Okay, well, that's a bonus action spell I can do an action cantrip then, yes?
Yes.
Maybe you can do an action disengage and leave.
Are we running?
We're not running. It's just I feel anxious seeing our healer right next to a giant. The Flint instinct. Somewhere out there, Target is thinking, God, I sure hope my sister isn't my little sister who is so frail.
Sure, I will take a. Oh, how far can I go before I'm out of range of Artemis?
I mean, I'm not fucking moving from this goddamn position.
Yeah, I will move to like over here
All right.
to disengage.
See, what if I just got another language?
Ulli, it's your turn. Dwarvish has helped you out a little bit, but Ulli has also always been there. I'm almost willing to just let you pick on it.
Mull it over. Don't worry about it too much.
Okay.
I think we just going for his ankles. I was gonna say knees, but I think he's too tall.
He hasn't stood all the way up yet. You have a chance.
Oh, good. Then the knees.
There's free spiritual weapon.
It's really an ankle biter.
Jesus Christ.
No, not quite flanking. The 13 is going to miss. Once again, you slam into the side of, like, you slam around the side of the shin, and you're just, like, Oh, no, it's not about hitting or not. It's about the fact you need to hit with enough level of power to not be like a child slapping a dad's ankle.
Yeah.
It looks down at you and you hear it. And Mark, it's just like.
Ulli flips it off.
Alright. Anything else, Ulli?
That is it.
Alright, Warhips. Don't worry about where you are on the map over there. There you are. The door is right in front of you, and it is actually, at this moment, open. Feel free to move forward a little bit.
Oh, it's really cool. I'm glad I have Bellboy over there so I can jump back and forth between the action. Oh god, which way did Zul go? Also, where the fuck am I?
Go forward.
Forth, my son.
You enter through the door into a room that has 4 pedestals on the sides with vials that are currently being dusted. In front of you is another slightly ajar door.
Yeah, okay, so I have 60 feet fly speed. I'm just gonna... Oh god, was it left or right? That's what went down! I'll go right. I have to use my dash action for another 60 feet.
Okay. Certainly.
Okay, yep, this is a long hallway full of doors. I guess that's the end of my turn.
Alright. Artemis, it is your turn.
Have you thought about the giant thing?
I've thought about it. How do you feel? I'm only gonna let you retcon.
Well, Artemis would love to yell something at this guy, but
I'll
she
say that
doesn't.
you picked up some mean things in Giant, if you want to say it.
Yeah, I think she only knows swear words in Giant. I think she yells a "fuck you." She's not quite sure what it means, but she's heard some of the adults around the village yell it.
Immediately the giant turns towards you, and it looks more like confused than offended.
If I move here, do I have flanking?
No.
If I try to just balance myself here.
You'll be too far down to have flanking. If you jump to the left and then use a bonus...
No. If I use a bonus action to teleport, I get advantage anyways. I'm just gonna hit regular.
Okay.
I want to take damage, to be fair. But no, I'm just gonna hit it regular.
Okay.
16?
Miss.
Yeah. Oh, that's 20, yeah!
That does it.
I'm immediately gonna use a flurry of blows. No!
Oh, shit.
Hey, can we talk about what's happening here?
Jesus Christ.
Anyways, I get sneak attack on 1.
You get sneak attack on the first crit, and then the second
Yeah.
crit is good. So here's what happens. Artemis, you sink your claws all the way into the guy's mouth. Nothing happens. He is completely unaffected. It's too small. And then you're like, okay, bet. And you use the claws that you've dug into this guy to climb him like you would a rock wall. And you get all the way to the back of his neck where you just start...
Yeah, so that is 12 plus 11, that's 23 plus 9 is 32 damage.
You hear a quick, ah!
She says fuck you again in Giant. She's still not quite sure what it means, but it got a reaction.
Warhips, you are peering through this hallway, making a fair bit of noise as beep, beep, beep still happens all around you. The door in front of you opens, and a creature that you recognize walks through it and looks right at you. It feels. It fills the whole hallway as it just turns to you, and like as you were rushing in its direction, it rushes towards you as there's like this weird game of chicken about to happen.
I'm not even really worried about party with Stone Giant. I'm way more worried about whatever's going on with this. Also, Ulli, are you raging or are you just regular?
Not raging yet.
It gets all the way here, but it can't spread its wings, and it sort of ambles along weirdly like a toddler, just because of the weird proportions it has. It's not. Its joints are too thick for it to be able to bend them in order to run wisely. It just has to sort of maneuver its way through the wall towards you.
I want you to know that I hate that.
It gets there, and then it's the giant's turn again.
Me.
Okay. Giant is going to make a grapple check on Artemis.
Oh no! Can I combat it with acrobatics? Okay. Well, 22.
Let me check something. Okay. Using a level command, you see the target back. Okay. Okay, yeah. You successfully slip out of its hand. You keep slashing back here. He's going to use his second attack to make another attempt to grapple you. Make your acrobatics again. Artemis, the first time he rolled a 2 on the dice.
Okay.
This time, his total roll is a 32. You are well and truly grabbed.
I think she tries to slip around, but like this giant catches literally just the side of her and like crash onto her with enough force that she is just stopped in her tracks.
Yep. You're sort of, yeah, it doesn't exactly hurt, but you're sort of swatted like a mosquito for a moment, stunned, and then grabbed. He like holds you right up to his face. His head is larger than you are. And sort of peers at you for a moment. Meungatanda.
Artemis doesn't know what that means. She only knows "fuck you." She isn't even sure what that means.
With a look of boredom, he just sort of tosses you off the.
That's fine with me. It's 60 feet. Hey, roll your damage. Wait, it's only 60 feet. It doesn't matter.
It's more than 60 feet, but you're probably gonna be. It's because I'm also adding hit to it.
Yeah.
Freed, is your turn. Artemis is going to be falling for this round. It is that. There's like he threw her at an arc. Not trying to. It wasn't a law, but it was just like a.
She is so little is the problem. She travels so easy. Artemis, as she's falling, gives a thumbs up.
2 far for blessed. Rip.
No, it's fine.
I am going to make another little stab with spiritual weapon.
All right. He's gonna miss.
Dang. now I'm going to chime.
This dude has been hurt. All right. Yeah, there's that sound of chiming, and there's like for a second he's like steps back and almost like slips on the edge for a moment and like catches his breath.
Okay, that's my turn.
All right. Ulli, it is your turn.
Ulli is gonna rage and go at this music.
Only sees Artemis being robbed like the softball.
I mean, Ulli's pretty sure that Artemis will be fine from that toss, like, no question. But they do just really, really want to do some damage to this guy. Like, the pure indignation drives them to rage.
Okay, cool. Yeah, the rage happens. 17's gonna hit.
Oh, thank God. Ah.
There's +2 to that, right?
Yeah, so 8.
And he will get disadvantage on attack, correct?
And someone that isn't,
yes.
Anyone that isn't Ulli, which they're not gonna do anyway, so. Oh yeah, instantaneously, baby.
This guy.
Yeah,
This guy
disadvantage on any attack that isn't against Ulli. And if he does hit anyone other than me, they have resistance to damage.
Yeah, sick. He is sort of focusing on you anyway, but like again, there's this like he hears like chimes that basically tell like this is the Grim Reaper calling in, just checking in on you. How are you doing, dude? And then he hears
We're calling about your life's extended warranty.
And then he just hears like, a bunch of ghosts all around him as Ulli starts hitting him, and his brow furrows a little bit more with a little bit more light concern at the situation.
Oh, so you're all weird adventurers.
All right, Ulli, at the end of your turn, Belbert runs over in this direction to try to get away from the fight, and runs into something that's sort of woof, 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 fluffing around the corner. Warhips, it's your turn. This thing is right in front of you.
Go handle the bears.
Cool. You fool. If you don't have reach, I'm going to abuse this. I hit it with
Okay. Hit. Also hit. All right. You take a huge slice out of this thing, and you cut into it. Like, you take a chunk out of it like you would take a chunk out of meatloaf. And you immediately are like, oh, this thing is just solid one material. It's not like... It's not, like, there's no skeletal structure holding it together, there's nothing like blood, it's just all one material that you are slicing into. Oh, well, that's the end of your turn anyway. So, Artemis, it's your turn. You are falling towards...
Wait, I am still falling?
Yep.
Okay, well, am I 60 feet away?
Yes.
Can I get here? Midair.
Yeah.
Cool. That.
You bap.
That. I have advantage on the first. That. 26.
That's gonna hit.
Great. And then I am going to do the second attack of
No, God, hey, buddy, what's with the 7? Adam's just gonna zap him.
All
That is
right.
13 damage in total as I just kind of skid on the side of this wall.
The dude does
I'm-
not. Go ahead. Doesn't seem to appreciate it.
I'm gonna scramble up. Use the one with the scramble. I'm
right.
a city fine.
You use your movement scramble. You got climbing speed, and this is a perfectly climbable wall. Coming in from this other side, it's coming in at a cool, like 4,000 pounds. It's the other cave bear.
Artemis, like when she was falling, was thinking like, God, I bet this will never happen. And then she sees a bear come in, and she does the pog face.
All right, Warhips, this creature charges towards you. I presume you haven't reloaded yet. Yep. Oof. It toddles forward a bit more and sort of runs its hands over its face for a second, and then charges all the way to the rest of you, and now it's right with you. That, it may make a difference. I need to check something. How dare you do this to me?
Here.
Well, in that case, the booming blade happens still. The booming blade damage still happens, but it doesn't charge towards you. You cannot see where it goes because you are out of the way. Oh, okay. Like down a little bit more. In that case, it still charges at you. Just gets to about here. All right, it's this guy. It's the giant's turn again. The giant's just gonna hit Ulli.
God damn it!
Yep.
Ulli seems to have challenged him. The 28 is,
I am so fucking pissed.
the 28 is definitely gonna hit, but he's going to roll a 2, which is literally as high as he can roll without hitting Ulli. Ulli, you take 13 halves to 6 bludgeoning damage. As he like brings the whole club right down on you, and exactly like someone who just squashed a cockroach with its shoe, only to find it scuttling around completely unharmed, he lifts it up and just looks down at you with like a arched eyebrow and a quick curl of his nose. Free, it is your turn.
Okay, these bears looking hostile.
They do.
Oh, there's a second bear over there. Okay.
You can try it on one of them and then have a bear. You can have a kaiju fight!
What?
You can have a bear fight another bear.
I don't think that's necessary. Alright, Free gets like a step closer to address the bear. Please leave.
All right. You can't talk to it, but you can make it friendly to you.
Yes. So hopefully it will be more receptive to me shooing it away.
Oh yeah, it definitely fails the wisdom save towards. Do you just designate everyone as creatures it shouldn't?
Yeah. Ulli, Artemis, Parisian skies, and Parisian should he ever show up again.
Okay, Ulli, quickly, what's your dex bonus?
0, I think. Yeah. That's,
okay, then what's the score? Is it 11 or 10?
11.
You are faster than the bear. You go first.
Also, I figured out the homework. I'm God. I'll never die.
Roar faster than the average bear. Oh wait, also I wanted to do my bonus action to hit the guy.
Yeah, of course. Oh, yeah, the 22 is gonna hit.
Okay, so 10.
Alright. The dude's, you give another slam and the dude's starting to breathe pretty heavily. You think there's a fair bit of
Ulli,
blood
Ulli
running
is
down the back of
making-
his neck.
Ulli is making, like, as much effort as they can
quick
into
question.
hitting his chin in the same spot every time.
Ulli, you are a
Ulli,
level
I'm going to actually
9 barbarian.
Yes.
It is actually a +3 to your rage damage.
Oh shit, that went up.
Oh, I'll add that now. For all the figures.
I just wanted to check.
Free, that also barely hits.
Ooh.
For 13 more damage.
Nikki, don't worry about the fact that I'm submitting homework.
Alright, Nikki, is there anything else?
Nope.
You begin to keep slamming his knee, and you actually think you're making progress. Like the start of a fractured bone. Alright, Free, this cave bear just walks right over Belbert, ignoring it, and sort of comes up to you and like sort of it tries to like move past you, but obviously doesn't want to accidentally push you off the edge. It's just like and roars over to the giant.
Oh, I don't want to send this poor bear to die for us.
Maybe it'll be an example to the other bears. Maybe we.
Free, you can tell that it seems a little panicked.
Is it worried about his bear friend?
I'll say if you want to use your reaction, you can make an insight check.
Yeah, I don't think I'm using my reaction for anything right now.
Sure.
19. I look into its big bear eyes.
It's roaring at the giant and looking panicked. You think it's worried about the fact that the giant is in.
Oh, they're friends. It doesn't matter. This thing insulted Artemis' honor. It's dying.
And it's trying to get past you to help the giant out, but it doesn't want to hurt you accidentally.
Breeze sigh. I don't have tongues prepared today. We can't diplomacy our way through this. Breeze sighs and says, "Have we tried diplomacy? The bears are upset.
Hey, listen, it's past the point for diplomacy."
An honorable draw, is that a thing?
It's ignoring me!
What did you say, Free?
Is an honorable draw a thing that you kind of people do?
No!
Okay, is that your turn, Free?
Yeah, that's my reaction, actually.
Technically, it was the bear turn, and all it does is sort of stand there, really concerned. Can you get multiple animals? Each beast. But the other bear is too far away. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to check.
Warhips, it is your turn. Yes, you can see behind it. It doesn't like fill the hallway like an ooze. It's just too much all over the place to squeeze past.
It doesn't fill the hallway like a cave bear does a cave.
Cool. Warhips charges it.
All right.
Yep. It's 20 feet. Gets up to another 5
Yep. Okay. Oh. But before you do, Warhips, you charge towards the thing. It's charging at you. It's been building up speed throughout the whole time it's running down the hallway. You run to it with the Naginata. Take one huge swing as you go through, and you find yourself on the other side. And you're like, oh, cool, I must have misty stepped. Look back, it is in 2 halves on the floor.
Huh, cool. Anyways, I am rushing towards my
Sure. All right. Artemis, it is your turn.
Great. I'm gonna keep hitting this thing. And you know what? Artemis is over there. So, you know, the giant is in the way of the bear. You know how it is with bears.
Yeah.
Anyways. There.
That's gonna hit. That's gonna hit.
Just regular bonus action shot. Now. Okay, so I get sneak attack on the first one because Ulli is here. Okay. That is 24 damage. Slap.
Oof. All right. Anything else you'd like to do in your turn?
No, that's my action and the bonus action.
Artemis, you come down here and start slashing the rest of the way. Accidentally on purpose. It's more of a fun surprise. Rip out some sort of important tendon in the same leg that Ulli has sort of been chopping down, and this giant crumples down onto the one leg, which now seems very immobile. The cave bear sort of maneuvers a little slower on this edge, sort of gets here and just roars at you guys.
That's what I fucking thought! Can I make... if it's okay for me to take this now that my turn has technically ended, can I try to make an intelligence check to remember if I know what the giant word for leave is? Because I'm sure it's been yelled at her a lot.
Sure. Make the intelligence check.
Okay, my intelligence is not good. Nah, she has no fucking clue.
It's all just angry noises.
You hear this. This dude bellows out something else for his turn. Free, it's on you. As you're looking at this bear, this dude shouts another great big shout, and you see the bear sort of, like it was on its hind legs trying to like roar over you, get down on the leg, sort of hang its head, and like start turning around. So Free, it is your turn.
Can you do non-lethal with a spiritual weapon? You can, right? It's melee damage.
Yeah, can I get a quick vibe check on
You don't need to if that's the thing that the player is. That's what happened. The last time he yelled for the bears, he also attacked on the same turn. He has one not working leg, and he just told his dogs to leave me and save yourself.
Oh.
Artemis narrows her eyes. She respects this move.
Okay, Free's gonna come over and wave sort of at everyone in general, okay, if we don't want to expend our resources anymore, then you want your bears to die.
Or you to die.
Yeah, Bree's sort of waving, holding up her hands, and pausing right here to see if he looks willing to also call this off.
His looking, he seems to have called it off because he's got the weapon on the ground as he holding his leg. The look that he's sort of giving you is this it's this sort of determination and almost forced condescension of I can't believe I'm going to die here to something this small, but I'm not going to go down like a chump. I'm gonna look right at you.
We put your hands on him.
Artemis respects this so much because those guys are the most like Goliaths already. She's just fuck. Fucking weird uncle time.
Yeah, Bree stands there with her hands on her hips, kind of exasperated that he's gonna try and play the condescension gestures sort of impatiently around are we good?
Yeah. Are you gesturing to everyone else or the giant?
She'll like talk out loud to her friend. Like, I think we're good. We seem to be good.
There's no
If we
telling
can
that if we step down, he wouldn't pick up his weapons and start going at it again.
Can I vibe check him?
If you want to use your turn to make an insight check, you may.
Yes. I would rather make an insight check than spend like 10 more spells. 13.
You get the feeling that this guy's at least smart enough to notice that as much as he feels done for the fight, you guys haven't really taken that much of a beating.
Yeah, we're still pretty good.
Yeah, we're good.
He never technically did damage to Artemis because she teleported back. By the way, I had already rolled to get through. but it was like 8 damage after the fight.
Yeah, it's fine. I was still falling anyways. I was mid-fall.
Drew's like, I feel we can probably call this. It's not a necessary fight. Not that we can.
Free, I will say though, with the insight, you don't know if he will be able to understand that you're calling it. He doesn't seem like the best at picking up social cues, unless you find some way to like prove it.
Okay, can we? Ooh, we can take the risk to like. Free's gonna like very obviously like put her shield like back onto her back, like hands T-posing.
Yeah. Ulli begrudgingly, like, going along with Free, just like takes not a full, step backwards, but just shuffles back a little bit and like lowers the warhammer.
All right.
Looks at the guy like, are we good? Are we chill?
Free gives this bear kind of like a pat, and she'll like stand aside to let the bear go to its friend.
The fact that you just pet the bear, honestly, all the other stuff you're like talking like you're too small for him to get what you guys are at.
Yeah.
Doing any weird sort of fairy stuff. But you like pat his dog and he's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, like Free was going to like, I don't know, try and call it back or go to it, but she didn't want to like approach the bear and him think that we were approaching it aggressively.
Yeah.
But now that it's come back, she like gives it a pat, lets it pass on to its friend.
In that case, I'll just quickly ask, Artemis, are you going to do anything?
Oh, yeah, Artemis, she doesn't have a weapon that she can sheath to show that she doesn't mean business because she just has her little hands. But
like fold your hands behind your back.
Esme, I know that we didn't retcon it so that she speaks Giant, and but can I just say that she knows how to say her name in Giant because it's already mostly a Giant name.
Yeah, sure.
Artemis, as loudly as she tabaxily can, being 5 foot tall and just in general very little, basically, like in a Spanish beginner course, yells, "My name is Artemis Ragtag Lucia Goli from Lost Home."
There's another quirked eyebrow, and he gives he sort of like repeats the words that you say, so it's not like I am, he specifically says my name.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, "My name is Kurak."
Kurak.
And Artemis, takes a couple steps back, hands at her side. This means nothing. I'm assuming the spiritual weapon is dismissed as a show of goodwill.
Oh, yeah, I'd forgotten about that. She does. I was like, Ray doesn't have her weapon now. She just has her shield. Yeah, she will dismiss the spiritual weapon.
All right.
Is there another pat? It's so thick.
It's huge. You're like on tippy toes trying to reach this thing's back. And as you do that, and you guys sort of come to a temporary truce, this guy's just holding his leg, which seems really beat up. We're going to return back to the castle.
Yeah, that second as we're like winding down for a second. Oh wait, Parisian!
Parisian, meanwhile, oh god, my boy!
Just a second here.
By the way, I think Artemis did a lot of bludgeoning. I think it's all soft tissue damage in the knee.
This guy is fucked up. It's bruised all the way down, gashes and cuts.
The outside is mainly bruised from like Ulli's weapon and stuff, but the boat is shattered.
Warhips, you see like you see a whole bunch of fancy stuff on the walls. The alarm is still blaring. You see more like weird fanciness in like on the doors seem to be made of some sort of glass. That looks weird. But you're not focused on that at all. You are running as fast as you can, and you turn the corner into this room and see an odd sight. There, sleeping on the floor, not physically hurt, but definitely unconscious, and much larger than the last time you saw it, is Zool.
Our boy! They are safe!
Warhips, like, he's still flying, by the way. He, like, approaches Zool, like, with kind of lightning speed, and, like, sees Zool up close in the proportions he saw his master, the Xanathar. And
Yep.
at first, it's terror, and then recognition. The slumbering beast is his friends, and he hopes if he wakes, he won't eat him like a rat. Warhips gently like places and like starts like trying to find a pulse and realizes I don't know if there's a pulse that exists.
You're looking for a pulse. You can't find one, but you can definitely feel the inhalation and exhalation of breath through the giant mouth. Zool is super unconscious and just sort of floating in the air like a massive like volleyball.
No.
As you come to this realization, you remember that moment as completely discombobulated and your sort of spatial sense was messed with, and you realize at that moment you were shrunk down to smaller than Zool.
Oh man.
We still don't know there's a castle up there, and we don't know where Parisian is. I think Artemis points down at the pit and looks up at Karak like, "Hey, is this true?"
Can we
Oh,
go?
God.
Karak just sort of like hops off the ledge and lands on one leg, and you can hear there's like a boom in the cavern, and you can kind of hear the like landing on one leg after a drop that is still a little higher than he is, like muscles going taut as he goes, and then just sort of like hobbles the rest of the way in.
Free leans over to Ulli. It's like, okay, not that I think my healing is going to make a huge dent in his, the amount of blood he has in his body, but is it like an insult to you type of people to be healed by like the other party?
Artemis just jumps down. She doesn't hear this.
Karak, after a moment, like holds up, but Artemis can just jump down if she wants.
Yeah, she just falls, like, hand on the hat, jumps down, lands very lightly on her feet, doesn't even make a noise.
I won't even bother rolling the damage.
It's only 60 feet, right?
60 feet.
Yeah, right. He holds up a hand, and you just, like, hop on down, and he's like, okay.
just points at her friends and nods a nod of universal thanks. Thanks, Tim.
By the way, Free, as you start walking towards the hand, he sort of turns back away from you as he watches Artemis land and goes, "Oh, I guess all littlings are just good with long falls," and sort of walks away.
Well, Free sort of scuttles her way down. It's very noisy.
Yeah, it's not super steep or anything, so you can sort of make your way down with yourself.
Also, are you, your typing is Maribel. Just saying.
Kiki.
Pardon?
Your typing is Maribel.
Oh,
Yeah.
so smart.
Correct, sort of hobbles over. From where you are, Artemis, you can't see the castle either. You just see the long spindle that goes way into the air, and Kurak sort of motions towards it, and you see he picks up a rock and throws it at the spindle, and before it even gets to it, it just sort of bounces off. And he makes like a hand motion, like, you see this?
Free nods like, wow, that's messed up.
Artemis teleports 6 feet straight up.
6 feet straight, 6 feet straight, okay, you do that.
60 feet, sorry. She makes a little hopping motion and then she's gone.
Free also gestures upward at Kurak, like, are you seeing this?
Kurak sort of, he gestures, he just mirrors your gesture, and you both stand there, not able to share a language, and you're just like, what the fuck? Artemis, you teleport 60 feet up, and for a moment you do this sort of, like, bouncy castle-sized stone castle as you fall all the way back down.
Do you see, this is going to sound incredibly stupid, but do you see castle up there?
Like a whole castle? You'd think we'd see that from here.
But it's very small.
Yeah, the issue with the castle is not that it's, like, you can't see from where you are, it's the fact that it's at, like, this sort of dead center point of this cavern that's wide enough so that, like, your dark vision doesn't let you see it.
It is pretty small. I don't. Perhaps there's some kind of magic happening? I have no idea, and I don't know where Parisian is. I did not see him.
Free, I guess. Until Parisian comes back, she'll, like, scope out what's on the rest of around this way.
You see the two dead Umber Hulks. Of course, they're just sort of here. And just, like, there's, like mostly just a scattering of rocks. The floor here isn't especially even, and that's what Kurak seemed to be, like, sort of shifting through. And, you know, he's sort of going, like, going around. You don't really seem to find much more beyond that. But you do find, like, there's occasional, like, small bones here.
Yeah,
that sometimes are animal. Not like a lot of armor to go with the bones.
Free comes back. There's a path down to the south. You don't think Parisian would have gone that far?
I mean, I don't know. He said something about Zul, and I don't know if Zul would have gone that far.
Looks up at their castle.
Oh, by the way, Mickey, when you say your phone's at 8%, are you playing on your phone right now? Like, are you talking to us through your phone?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe you can find a charger somewhere. We have a lot of rope on us, I think, as part of just being adventurers. Artemis is gonna... Yeah, Artemis is gonna pull out... Oh, it's not for climbing up. She pulls out some rope and, like, generally gestures towards the incredibly fucked up knee, and then, like, tries to convey to the giant that, like, you should probably bind that with something before you fucking kick it, homie. She isn't gonna help him because that's weird. Listen, it's gonna be dishonorable.
Yeah, this is what Free was wondering. She's, like, watching very carefully, like, how much medical assistance am I, as the opposing party, allowed to give?
To be fair, you barely fought this guy up close. So it doesn't even count.
I mean, yeah, I did, with my spiritual weapon.
You never did anything substantial.
That's true. I would say that if you healed him, it would heal like the tendon because it's just like a small bit that's messing his leg. You can make an insight check if you want to see if it'll damage his pride.
Yeah, Artemis like, puts the rope down and also like gestures at Free and then like mimes magic. She just does wiggly fingers.
Yeah, Free like gestures like with her hands like as if to run them over his leg area. Gauges his reaction.
You don't know if he like sort of understands that like sort of idea. He sort of looks at you with this like sort of like at Artemis with this sort of like skepticism at like I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Free, you get the feeling that he's just annoyed with the leg and wouldn't mind if it was better.
That's good.
Good. Anyways, after you heal this giant, I have a favor to ask it, so you know.
Free does enough to like heal the little tendon bit, I imagine.
Yep. It's just enough. He can sort of put his leg down. He's still and there's like still a lot of not a lot of blood for him, but a lot of blood for you guys just dripping from his neck.
Artemis kind of like.
I'm a keep it real with you, Chief. I do not have enough magic to heal a stone giant back to full health.
He mostly seems like fine with the leg. Like he like moves from leg to leg, and he obviously tells that you helped.
Artemis kind of like waves her arms to get his attention, points up at the castle, and then points at herself, and then mimes a throwing action like he did with the rock.
His eyebrows raise up at the same time a smile cracks across his face that he absolutely cannot control. And he like
covers her face with her hands like that makes sense.
Artemis raises her arms for upsies.
he leans down and like points to you, and like he's just double checking as he sort of like kind of reaches for you for a second, then backs off a little bit.
Nods enthusiastically.
Free also like nods and gives like the yeah, this is what she wants.
You're not sure if he understands what a nod is, but the idea is conveyed.
She's grinning.
He Artemis, he grabs you and flings you way up. You guys see Ulli and Ulli and Free, you're like, I wonder how hard like this guy can throw things, and then you see like one of like several veins the size, like several veins the full size of an actual rope bulge on his muscle, and then he slams her upwards, and it's like Artemis is shot out of a trebuchet.
He has a panicked squeak.
And Artemis, you see the castle. You're rising up towards the castle. You have gone past the castle. You are in the air to try and land on the top of the castle, and flap, you do, and you manage to get to the top of the castle.
That was so much fun. I have to convince Ulli and Free to do it. I think about that.
Free like watches Artemis sail into the darkness past where she can see like, well, I hope she's all right.
Woo! Just like when I was a kid.
Free actually is going to shout with thaumaturgy to make sure Artemis is all right. Like, please drop something inconsequential so I know that you're alive. I don't think I would hear you.
I have so many rocks for this express purpose.
Artemis, you can just barely hear that.
She throws a rock down.
Free waits like a whole minute.
It takes, honestly, a while.
Yeah.
That's funny to me.
Sorry, I have to send something to the Mike No Work chat, and it's very important.
Okay. Free, you're sort of standing around, waiting for a moment. It's taking like a second longer. You think if Artemis heard you, she'd just drop it. It would have gotten down by now. And then, like, next to you, falling at something small hits the ground at terminal velocity and shatters into a bunch of pieces.
Well, She made it.
Giant looks at the rest of the party and just points.
Artemis is gonna try her best to listen for Parisian, knowing that Parisian is a very stealthy man.
You can make a perception check. Artemis, currently you're just on top of like a big roof.
Oh, okay. So she's gonna find a way to get down from the. She's just gonna jump off from the roof onto like whatever piece that is on the actual floating bit. Not to the ground. She would die.
You look over there. It's just an edge. There's not like a bit around the castle, like on. It's just the castle.
Whew.
So you look over that edge. Nope. That's ground.
Yep.
You look over this edge, and you see the courtyard.
Ooh, yeah.
And you look over here, and you see. You look down, and yeah, you are actually a little confused at the moment when you look down, because that's low enough that you definitely would have been able to see it. And this is like a whole castle, right? It looks kind of. Yes, it was. And as you take a look down, it's you could like shimmy your way on down the side here, and it wouldn't be too tricky. You could see like little stones at the bottom, maybe little crystals, and a big statue in the center.
And nothing's in there, it seems.
As in creatures, you can make a perception check.
Yes, I will make a perception check.
I'm streaming my game right now if you want to look here. 13, I rolled a 2.
Alright, yeah, you don't see anything much in there. Let me get a, you know what, you don't have to watch Kiki, let me get a bellbird.
Thank God, Albert Cam.
Hashtag bellcam.
Hashtag bellbird cam. Okay.
Oh yeah, no, Belber was in Artemis's pocket the whole time.
Oh shit, you're
No. What? No, he wasn't.
Yes, because she put him in his.
This is a spiritual level.
No, she put him in her pocket earlier to stop him from ringing. I remember doing that.
I remember.
Especially
Yeah.
assaulted him.
Okay, yeah, sure, you have Belbert with you.
She hears a little struggling and then pulls Belber out and puts him on the ground like, oops. Ooh, sure, you didn't fall out of my pocket.
Sorry, I love the mental image of drop something inconsequential so we know you're up.
Belber.
Albert just gets plugged from the top.
Okay, yeah, you come on down, you pull Belbert out of your pocket, and you. There are 4 doors on various areas over here. There are also windows higher up on either side, and obviously the statue.
I'm gonna inspect the statue.
Certainly. Give me a moment.
No.
Oh no, I need to find Belbert again. I forgot to also take Belbert with you.
Artemis like pulls Belber out, and for one brief moment, she has a divination wizard style like double vision, where in her flight up here, Belber flew out from her pocket and shattered onto the ground.
That's so Raven moment.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, Artemis, there seem to be 4 separate doors here. Yeah, the sort of pebble gardens here seem to be little crystals. And there is this large statue up here.
Artemis takes a crystal because she dropped the rock.
Sure, you take one of the little crystals from the statue. There's like tons of them.
Yeah, she must replenish her rock supply, but not too much because she can't carry that much.
And yeah, so that's what you see here. Not much beyond that.
The statue had a plaque last time we saw it.
Yeah. You go and look in front of it, and it once again reads Madigo.
Madigo. I wonder who you were. Perhaps a princess of the Mountain Age? Belber.
If you want a quick run through again of what he's got a cloak, a weird helm that has little sharp like blade, like sort of. I don't know.
He's a large
fin.
front man, and he's holding a bucket.
Yep. Okay, you got it.
Yep. Artemis is gonna pull out her sketchbook because she does have that, and very quickly sketch a likeness just in case Free or Ulli wants to see.
Of course.
And then she's gonna kneel down next to Bobbert and go, "You know where your creator dad is?"
The tiny servant looks up at you.
Alright, we are just going one by one.
I open this door.
Locked.
I try to pick it.
Go ahead.
22.
All right.
Of course I try to pick it. Artemis encountered the large door. She's instantly like, oh, give it a try. Give it a good old try.
You go down and start picking this lock. 1 moment.
Oh.
All right. And after a moment, you notice that this door seems to actually be some sort of on all the doors here seem to be some sort of like stained glass, and you think you can't see through it through the dark, but it's like a whole bunch of odd patterns and this little iron handle.
I open it.
You open it. Warhips, while this is happening, what do you think the next thing you do is after you find it? Okay. If you want, do you want to spend some time exploring then?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, let's do that now. Where would you go?
So Brizzy would also just be holding Zool up like a beach ball that floats above him.
It's not as easy to push Zool around helium weight. It's a little heavy, but you can do it. You're just sort of pushing it through doors.
Cool. Brizzy is operating the situation. Yeah, he makes a mental note to go back to those bottles on the back shelf, but he starts pulling ribs. Anything in this one?
This room is the one where Zool saw all the bricks, but didn't get a chance to look at them.
I'm guessing that's what we need oven?
No, the one that you were just in was the oven.
Oh, I see.
This one has a whole bunch of, very small, like tiny little bricks. That seem oddly shaped, and you think they might be interlocking.
Warhips inspects the stonework. Do they seem like the same kind of brick?
They all seem identical.
Like the bricks on walls?
No, not at all. The bricks in the wall are like brick sized, and these are like hold in your hand size.
This is impossible. Now I know I only have so much time to be here before I just slam on the ground.
Artemis, a few minutes later, you find Warhips doing it.
Oh, Warhips! You're okay!
Hi. You find Warhips doing a puzzle with Zool the size of like one of those comically large volleyballs, like just tucked in the corner.
Zool, like a huge creature, you mean?
Oh.
What?
Yeah, we're tiny.
Wait, you're telling me that we had to fight a stone? What? But
Yeah, I thought, hey, there was something in here too.
Oh, by the way, Artemis is still happening.
Warhips is quietly assembling a puzzle.
Artemis picks up Belber and hands it to Parisian.
My other child, thank you.
What? The alarm? What? Ulli and Free are still down there.
Yeah.
Can we do this later as like a
God,
team?
I'm sorry. Oh god, I got distracted. Oh god, there was a
We thought
giant.
you were dead!
We're going. Oh my god,
Oh,
I'm sorry.
no.
Okay,
Giants are fine. It's fine.
It's fine.
We are fine there, yes. I mean, the Zeus might still be on the hook. We thought you were dead. Maybe.
I thought Zul was dead, but they were just unconscious after. By the way, there may be stone scroll gargoyle things around here that will put you to sleep if they hear you. So,
And you've just been abandoning. Okay, no, we are leaving. Come on.
oh no, I tore it in half. It touched my my companion, my creature. It touched my little creature, so I tore it in half.
Okay. Are you hurt?
Seemingly no, but no,
No, are you hurt?
oh no, it didn't touch me like I said.
Oh, okay, good. We can come back to this, right? So let's go back to Free and Ulli.
I have about like 5 more minutes on this flight, so can you help me just get through all these doors? It's kind of cramps, and I'm surprised the rest of them making them up.
Artemis gives Zul the world's feeblest little push.
Zool stirs a little bit.
Hey, you want to steal those magic ass bottles in the front entrance?
What?
Oh, wait, you didn't come through the front?
Oh, no, I got the giant to throw me up here.
Ah. Wait. So you befriended the giant?
If we are on
Was
a...
this in the middle of combat? Did they just throw you up here to get rid of you? God,
No,
that's
he
actually
threw
really
me once during combat. It was fine.
Those are
No. Oh,
Eh.
Hey, Zul.
Eh.
Hey, Zul. Or who said hey, Zul, and then realized Zul is now way bigger than us and might bite us. Hey, Zul.
yeah.
Hey.
Zool's eyes, there's one eye trained on all of you, another eye looking. You guys are so small.
I know. We got struck down with magic. Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looking at you.
Warhips sweats a little bit, but he's confident in his friendship with Zul that he won't get devoured.
You,
so cute.
you guys see over here windows that seem to have crystal bars that look out the tower. You also take a moment to realize it was really cold in the cave, and it's like a little warm in here.
Artemis hates this. She wants to leave it instantly.
Oh, thank God. It's warm. That's great.
Yeah, and you guys are sort of chill down, and yeah,
Oh.
Zool sort of, ooh,
Okay, so
doors
there is-
open.
Where is the front thing? Oh, yes, I opened the door.
Yep.
Let's
It's
go.
kind of endearing when Zul's like tiny running about, looking at things and kind of scared. This was huge running about. Oh, where'd they go?
Parisian, can you get Zord back in your little pocket plane? Just in case we run into another one of those big guys? Those dark boys?
Artemis just stares at you.
Okay. Which way is to the front? You never told me.
Oh, yeah, this one. Sorry. I mean, Zul could just float out from the door here. That's definitely a possibility.
I mean, I can also just climb up. I thought you wanted to go do something.
That's fair. There's a lot to explore here, apparently. Oh, this is something with bottles and the feather dusters.
Yeah, actually, hold on.
Oh.
Ah, there we go.
Oh!
Pedestals.
Artemis is gonna take a moment to try and see if we take a bottle, anything bad will happen to us.
Okay, you can make a perception check for traps.
Yeah.
You start looking around. The feather duster's still there, still just moving.
25 for traps.
Your perception tells you that these feather dusters are not magical and moving by themselves. There are 4 invisible people in this room that are currently dusting these little vials.
Is there a servant here?
Pardon me?
Albert sent a ring if there's invisible creatures nearby.
Oh yeah, Belbert's ringing right now.
Oh,
It's just hard to hear over all the alarms.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
right.
The alarm actually sounds exactly like a ringing bell, but just more annoying.
Oh, shit.
Do, okay. Okay, Parisian, do you need these bottles for something, or do you simply want them? We are going back to Ulli and Free, huh?
Go ahead.
You ask what kind of invisible things are they, and Artemis goes, how would I know?
Yeah, Warhips, you're pretty sure these are unseen servants. This is not the first time in Undermountain you've seen them around.
Right, but we die because we do stupid things like steal the potions from obviously magical places.
There's one potion on each pedestal and one feather duster working on each pedestal.
Okay, Parisian, you know what? We get ready to leave. If there's trouble, we get Zur to the pocket plane because I do not think Zur can move as fast as we can.
Yeah, how about Zul just leaves? Zul, can you just go back?
But I want to see what happens.
No, I can't quite refute that request personally. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We're gonna have to play it safe here. I think you've seen plenty. Like that fucked up scroll gargoyle? Yeah. I think we're gonna
But
have to play it safe.
But I'm so big and I can see small things. It's great.
Wait, can you telekinesis me right now? Warhips looks really excited as well.
Artemis opens this door.
Warhips, you lift into the air a little bit. Ah! Ah!
Oh wait, I can fly right now. That's not really that impressive. But still!
Artemis, make a strength saving throw.
Oh no! What have I done?
8.
You are lifted into the air. Ah! Look! Look!
This is happening a lot today.
Warhips is clapping, like there's like a tear in his eye, like he's proud of his son, proud of his child.
Artemis goes slowly limp, by the way.
Artemis has moved around like someone, like mouse clicked someone and is dragging them across the screen.
Yeah, completely limp.
After a little while, you're placed back on the ground, and the eye that lifted you blinks a lot. Ugh. Oh.
Okay, so grab Delbert, put him in a pocket for something.
Is Belbert like? Oh no, is Belbert huge too? Or is that?
Nope, Belbert's still the usual size.
Okay, cool. I pocket Belbert, and yeah, I'm just gonna take a step back towards the end and mage hand a bottle off the shelf.
I could lift one of the bottles.
We'll do it at the same time. It'll be perfect. You get the left, I'll get the right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. You both set it up. You lift the bottles. Everyone roll initiative.
Yeah, that's what I fucking thought. 7. Oh my god! Hey, Artemis's initiative has been fucking terrible.
Okay, Mom just texted me, so I'm gonna be gone for probably like 20 minutes until we get home.
Okay,
Okay, no
we'll
worries.
focus on the stuff in the castle.
Alright.
Oh, yeah, there might be some difficulties.
Yeah, that's what I...
There might be some difficulties as I see two nat 20s.
Anyways, the door is open. Artemis opened the door.
Yeah, you open the door. These guys grab the things. You're ready to throw out. From the back, both of the bottles on back pedestals, like the ones that are far away from you, are immediately lifted up and flung in your direction, hit the floor by your feet, and immediately expand into a gas. Yeah, unseen servants won't attack you, but both of you make a Constitution save.
Artemis looks so tired, by the way.
Both of you make, because you're close enough, both of you make 2 Constitution saving throws, and Zool makes 1.
I mean, I got a 7 and a 6. I don't have good constitution. I don't have good strength either. I'm not exactly built for this.
Okay, Zool makes 1 con save. Oh my gosh, you guys. Cool.
We're gonna die here.
Elboy will still be conscious. They can just shove Artemis on.
I will drop to my death.
Anyway, this is where we're gonna take our break.
Every day Artemis, something happens to Artemis that she doesn't want to. Kiki, can we not do this anymore?
I can't believe I got 2 nat 20s. I thought you were just gonna grab him and leave, but I got 2 nat 20s.
And yeah, and I got a set. I'm not good at Constitution saving, so I fucking knew some shit like this would happen. You said we were gonna be put to sleep, and Artemis was leaving. Like, oh, I have terrible experiences with paralysis and being put to sleep.
I really should have boost knife King initiative.
We really shouldn't have tried to take the bottles. We could have gotten the rest of the party up here if we had like a res.
Well, yeah. Anyways. To be fair, temptation is a touch. Anyways, I'm going to pause the stream while we take a
So I think we should be called the Toe Eaters.
Okay, you guys, after not companions a little bit, have sort of continued wandering around. You're not quite sure. You're pretty sure that they're in the castle, but you don't immediately have a way to get up there. Neither of you being able to fly, and neither of you being able to survive being flung up by a giant, probably. You've walked up.
Ulli's pretty sure they would make it. They're completely wrong, judging by the height, but they're pretty sure.
You've walked up here, and you're here chipping in this direction.
I don't trust like that.
Well, I mean, we have a stone giant here, and he always seems ready to fight.
He's also pretty injured. We also did do quite a heavy chunk of damage to him. It doesn't feel like it, but I sure did like 70 something damage.
Okay.
Looks back at the group. I think there's like another path that went up this way a little, maybe.
Kurok yells out something in giant.
Okay, cool. We go in.
There's 7 stone giants in there. They're all hostile. You guys die.
You hear someone from deeper in the cavern, and yeah, there is another stone giant here.
Yippee!
Oh no.
Boy, I sure hope he doesn't feel like fighting now that he's got better odds.
This stone giant is wearing like a sort of, kind of like, you'd almost call it like a nerdy looking cap. It's like this like sort of small, almost like beanie shaped pile of like leathers and furs. And he's got like a fancy looking chip in his hand, and you see that this whole cavern is like covered in like carvings that swirl around the walls, and there's some big, there's something really big he's working on over here. And Kurok is like a motions towards you guys. This guy like
waves.
This guy points down. You goes like, says like something to Kurok. Again, this is not a conversation you're following, but he doesn't seem immediately happy. This guy is smaller than Kurok, just because Kurok again is built. Like
can I make some guesses about what happened?
Go ahead.
Yeah, these guys are friendly. They almost beat me in a fight. These guys beat you in a fight? Really?
There's a quick like he says something back, and there's like concerns. There's like he like this new giant occasionally looks over to like with this sort of like squinted eye look, like absolutely no trust here. But Karak keeps like saying stuff, and like this big laughs coming from him.
Yeah, these little guys fucking actually managed to make it hurt. I know it's wild.
They petted my dogs, dude. I think they're dog groomers.
And on that note, we are in fact going to check for Karak. His charisma is not great. Oh, hey!
Huh?
Okay, it's tense. It's super tense.
Free's like, okay, I think this might be one of those situations where we run.
I think
This
the
guy-
dog charm has worn off.
And this guy says something to Karak, and it seems fairly authoritative, and he's like,
You can't be
Just
friends
like a-
with them. They're weird.
I'm not going for full words, but he says something that actually sounds like a language and not grunts. And Karak sort of like stomps off, clearly about to go past you guys.
We follow immediately, I think.
We shuffle.
We're like, oh shit. Oh fuck.
God
Oh, let's
laughter.
This guy like sort of like looks down at you, and then he's like has like a leg. It's not as much he wants to step on you as much he doesn't want to like get close to you.
It's like, gross.
We are the bugs in your home.
We are the bugs.
Yeah, can you imagine one day your friend brings in like a crowd of like two bugs, and it's like, yeah, these guys are cool though.
They're cool and they can fight.
These two rats tore my leg off, but like they're chill. They befriend. Check out this rat and petted my dog.
I love how the main thing is still the dog. Like, it tracks. Dog people are just like this.
If I
Because
saw
it
a
looks-
super
Truly.
cute rat that petted my dog and just kind of vibe with it, I wouldn't murder it.
I
Maybe
actually
not,
would.
Let them hang around, but like not murder it. We vibing.
Speak for yourself.
Do we seem as if we are expected to follow them, or are they just going off on their own?
Not. It doesn't feel like you're expected to follow them at all.
Cool.
Karak is basically like making exaggerated stomps over in this direction, and the other giant is sort of following behind, occasionally glancing in this direction.
Dude, calm down. It's like, God, I told you we can't have pets in the apartment. I don't know why you brought back two cats.
The appearance of this second person makes me worried, but we can't talk to them, so I guess it doesn't matter.
Bro, trust me. They're like super cool. Like, they don't shed.
Artemis shedding.
Artemis isn't here.
You guys wander into this room. The other one had these cool carvings. This one's amazing. It's sort of like this looming hollowness. Like the walls have been sculpted into like perfectly crafted arches on all the doors. There's like tons of like swirling spiral patterns that look like completely natural and absolutely like something that nature couldn't make, carved into the sides. Like little carvings that stick out that look like parts of buildings, like little draperies, like huge spirals all the way into the extremely tall ceiling. And exploding from the floor are three separate like crystal formations.
Oh, just like abstract shapes.
Yep, just sort of abstract like crystalline shapes.
And here I will be I will be taking the role of the ancestral ghosts that kind of follow Ulli around. Ooh, really nice craftsmanship. Oh, I don't know. I think it's a bit overdone. Oh, come on. I think.
No. Honestly, a lot there. Ulli, you do have this feeling of impressiveness.
You're just a crank if you can't do something like this. Of course I can't do something like this. That carving is like 30 feet up from the ground.
By the way,
Gave me 3 years and a step ladder. I could do
By the way, the crystal formations would come up to about Karag's chest.
Ooh.
They're big. And you walk out of that fancy room.
Rule of stick to the left.
I don't know if we should get too far from the castle. We know for sure that's where Artemis went, if not for...
Rats, Ulli.
Ulli's still talking, like, just turns around and runs.
Sure, what's happening? I don't know. I can't see.
As we are fleeing as quickly and quietly as we can, what did that person look like?
You didn't see much.
Uh-huh.
They were hard to make out amongst all the other stone stuff, but they were certainly giant-sized.
We scramble back so fast.
I think we should stay here-ish. Or...
Yeah, we
how the
step
fuck are
back
we
out
gonna
into
get up
this
there?
hole. Do I still hear the stompings of the other guys?
Nope.
Scramble, 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 scramble.
Scramble. Guy's gonna come back with like 5 more stone giants.
Again, you can't actually see the castle anywhere, but you presume it's there. That's what Artemis said. There's a whole castle that you just cannot see.
Either the castle isn't there, either the castle is there and you just can't see it, or Artemis was just flung into the ceiling so hard she died on impact.
I just like knocked some stone loose.
Yeah, no, she hasn't dropped because she's lodged up there.
Artemis can't take falling damage. Solution: reverse falling damage.
Ceiling damage.
While we're here, I guess I'll look around these. Do they seem like they look like they were eaten? Is that why they're dead?
You give them a look. They don't look eaten at all, but they do look tenderized.
They do look beaten to death by a stone giant, would you say?
Yeah, I'd say that.
Okay, so this is just squashing intruders. Bree sits down. I wonder what they do eat. Is there a lot of food in places like this?
Well, they eat adventurers.
I feel like that's not very filling.
Oh, you'd be surprised
There's a
how
lot of
much.
adventurers.
It has a lot of calories.
The ecosystem.
It's in shambles.
Cool. So, what are you guys doing?
Well, we explored a little bit and found a really big someone, so that nixed that idea.
We
You
can't
got-
see the castle, but we can see it's
There's a
it's
missile.
like on a
there's like,
spire, right?
yeah, there's like a spindle
like-
in the center that's just like straight up. Seems
Like a
almost
cable or like just
no.
is it smooth?
It seems like looks smooth. Looks like it's made of some kind of, solid material.
Could I climb it like a rope, or would that not happen at all?
Do you want to give it a shot?
I'll give it a shot.
Advantage.
All right. You approach.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Okay, Ulli, here is actually what happens, and I'm not shitting you. You approach it, and you go to grab it like a rope, and your hand is repelled by something, and you can't actually touch it. You make a grab at it, you walk away a bit, you run towards it, leap at it, and you just like video game invisible wall slam into the air right before it.
He did throw a rock at it before. I assumed that was just against damage or attacks. It seems it's everything.
It seems that you have to be physically lobbed over there like the projectile weapon. There has to be a way for regular people to get out there, guys. You just have to keep looking.
Dispel
I-
magic and bring the whole thing crashing down.
Could I, fuck. Do we have just some rope that I could tie to an arrow, maybe?
Yeah, Artemis left her rope behind. It's just on the
Can
ground.
you shoot that high?
I don't know. How high is it?
Farther than your dark vision reaches.
Oh.
So you would be going at disadvantage. It would need to be a very high roll because you're trying to shoot something made out of stone and lodge an arrow in there strong enough that it will hold your weight.
And we don't even know if we'll hit it. We don't know where it is.
Yeah.
We just shoot an arrow straight up to see if it hits anything.
Like straight out to see if it
Sure. If you want.
The end of our rope disappears so quickly.
Yeah, it's just gone.
Okay, someone mark.
Tie a rope to an arrow, shoot straight up.
What's the range of the longbow?
Oh my god.
Oh,
You've gotta be shitting me.
the longbow has 150 base range, so I actually think it's not at disadvantage.
It's not.
We don't have the rope is the thing. It's gone.
The rope is for sure just gone. It's like way too far up.
How much rope was it?
A normal coil, like, what is that, like 50 feet? That's nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah. You shoot it up. It goes flying up. Hey, I'm gonna let you know, it perfectly hits the castle at, like, the exact right angle, and the rope hangs from it in a way that normally you would actually be able to see the end of the rope dangling there and could then work from there. However, as it's fired up, it shrinks to an extremely tiny size, hits the side of this castle, and is now a 2-scale rope, and is about the size of a small piece of string hanging off the side here. You cannot see it at all.
So what does it look like happened to Ulli and Freed?
Just disappears out of our range of vision.
Yeah, you fired the arrow up, you watch the rope follow it for a little bit, and you're sort of like, it's a little heavy. It might bring the arrow back down before it gets high enough. And then the rope just kind of shoots up there all at once, and then you see nothing. It happens in like a split second.
Free has her hands on her hips
Something just
in
happened to
the
that.
Brokeback Mountain. This is a goddamn bitch of a situation pose.
Ulli's like, well, something just happened. That was a good shot, though. Did you see that?
No, give it a second. Wait to see if it still comes down. It took Artemis a long time to drop that rock. We wait like another 30 seconds.
We both take a step back in case the arrow comes straight back down the same direction.
Wait, you guys huddle under Free's shield.
Yeah. Yeah, Free scoots over to hold the shield over both of them. We watch.
I don't think it comes back down.
Should I call him again? Although, now that I know that there's more people in this cave, I'm sort of hesitate to.
I don't know.
Can I make an Arcana check to see if there's any sense to be made of, at the very least, the spindle? The castle, there's no hope for it, but
Go ahead, make an Arcana check.
what's up with this spindle from the woman with no arcane training?
Don't know.
Some sort of force field.
Yeah, this is some sort of... I think it's some sort of magic-y thing. Like, maybe a person with magic set this up. Like, it was... Like you
Well,
magic.
this is almost definitely magic.
Uh-huh.
Ulli, you wish extremely hard that you could get one of your ghost uncles to fly up there. And this actually does sort of work out.
Oh?
Oh?
Oh? Oh?
And you get a sort of Give me a moment. I just need to double check. Oh no! Don't load like this. I'm trying to do MS Paint on the side.
By the way, Mickey, I just want you to know that Essie has been wrangling MS Paint for the past 45 minutes.
I don't want to talk about it.
What are you doing in MS Paint?
She doesn't want to talk about it.
Okay.
I don't
Ulli,
know.
as you sort of wish this, you feel a familiar spirit next to you. Not the most familiar spirit. You don't think it's Bogston, but you do get a sense of a sort of willing responsiveness if you wanted someone to go up there.
And you ask it to carry you up?
Oh, hell yeah, please. I don't think they can carry me, but please, can you go up there and just see what the fuck is going on?
Free sees Ulli starting to talk to themselves, and she turns in concern.
Okay, Ulli, you cast Clairvoyance.
Hell yeah.
You can choose either sound or sight as what the spiritual sensor that you have created will be able to detect.
Everyone,
Sight.
You see the sort of faint outline of a spirit go flying upwards. For you see nothing. It takes a little while, but eventually you too approach this castle. Scans around. You see as it sort of wanders around the towers door.
Isn't this a higher level ability?
Yes, you have noticed that, haven't you?
I know all of these fuckers subclasses and builds. You think I wouldn't be paying attention to this? Huh?
It scans upwards. The spirit scans upwards, and you notice. They said it was like a smallish castle, but this door seems full-on castle-sized, and it's a little bit open. And as the spirit looks inside, you see on the ground an unmoving Warhips, an unmoving Artemis, and a lightly spinning in the air, eyes closed Zool.
Well, things are going great.
Zool's also massive.
Zool is also massive.
Ulli is like just grabs Free's arm and is like, okay, I didn't know I could do this. Okay, there's a castle up there.
Artemis.
Yeah, like a big one. Or like,
That's
hang on.
what I assumed.
Hang on. Zool is really big, or Parisian and Artemis are really tiny. They're also both unconscious. We need to find a way up there.
I thought we were trying to find our way up there anyway.
But now it seems more urgent because they're not awake to defend themselves. Ulli's like, before this, we had plausible deniability. They were fine.
But we'll die if we're thrown up like Artemis was. Is the thing. How far up did you see?
Oh yeah, how far approximately did the ghost have to go?
A little bit farther than your dark vision, but not by. Well, actually, no. It was a weird amount. Honestly, longer than you thought it would take to get to the ceiling of this cavern. You can't see the ceiling, but proportionally.
Okay.
This picture of Artemis falling asleep has really gone the miles.
This is the first time Warhips has slept in a while.
Makes me miss my coffee lock. Nothing's funnier than like sleep because of a gas and your like low constitution sorcerer sitting there like, I mean, whatever. I haven't slept in 5 years.
Always gonna try again to climb the like spindle just for the fucking hell of it.
You don't even need to roll; it doesn't work.
King.
The double that one did curse you.
Yeah, that's over.
Okay. Did you see anyone else there in the castle?
No. Is the ghost still up there, or just?
A ghost is still up there.
Okay.
Are you able to look around? Because something knocked them unconscious. Maybe it's just unconscious. And did they look like they were in a battle? Did they look hurt?
Artemis
Not
looks exactly like the
really.
image of it.
I mean, yeah, no.
Crazy looks
So it
fine.
might have been like a magical trap.
Okay. Well,
Hmm. Maybe they'll just wake up. Maybe we can just wait down here, and it'll be fine.
Wait,
Ulli is like very clearly trying to convince themselves of this right now.
Ulli would see the front doors are open, right? Like outside the castle? Because like Artemis threw them open. Before
Oh yeah, you do see the rope on one of the sides. It seems proportionally the size of the castle, and you're like, wow, I got up really high?
It's like right by the door where like if you like get to the arrow you can just swing into the door like no problem.
We don't really have options.
I guess we will continue looking around.
You could try to, with the help of clairvoyance, shoot an arrow up there aimed perfectly to hit Artemis, and hopefully reach her up.
Exactly.
Go inside the door.
You gotta
Yeah.
get trick shots. Let's go.
Alright, there is the room off in that direction. There's the room that down south, the giant
That for
came
sure wouldn't
out
work
of.
at this angle, right, SP?
What are you trying to do?
Magnus's half-joke suggestion of shooting Artemis from here.
If you roll another nat 20, I will allow. That's what it takes for that to happen.
Let's try it. I mean, listen, how many arrows do you have?
Liz.
How often do you really
I have-
use your longbow?
I have 15 left right now.
Those arrows.
We can't exactly use them.
You can't exactly use them.
This is actually so
I'm just-
stupid. Actually, I take back everything I've ever said about splitting the party or whatever. This exact moment is actually enough to make up for every single grievance I've ever faced about splitting up the party.
God damn it, so close though. Alright.
From like your clairvoyance, you can see like the tip of the arrow just sort of like arc up in a window, then drop back down.
Damn it.
I think if you roll a nat 1, you actually hit the hat.
You...
Yeah. But
Artemis
you-
still wakes up, but taking psychic damage.
Yeah, she takes, hold on.
I mean, maybe if you're just extremely loud. I don't know. I don't know.
She takes 96 psychic damage and instant dies.
Did you have to calculate how much damage would kill you?
Yeah, and then go over my total health.
Alright, Free's looking for anything that looks outside of what the snow giants would be using. Anything that looks in any way related to this very weird tower.
There's no like trebuchet, right? No ballistas to just shoot into the castle hole.
Any weird like runes. Any just regular old stairs.
I mean, there's a lot of like weird looking carvings here, but they don't look to you like runes or anything.
Yeah, it seemed like the like the spindle didn't have anything to do with at least the giant that we were with, because he was sort of like gesturing at it like, oh, you seeing this shit? And we're like, yeah, we're seeing that shit. It seems like no one knows what that is. I don't know. God, I wish I had tongues prepared.
Okay, I'm going to have Ulli follow you. Because Mickey be our bead.
Mm-hmm. Do I hear anything?
Nope.
Just these two giants, two bros, chilling in their cave.
5 feet
X.
above us,
Kissing.
okay?
You see up here there is carved into the ground an X. It is legitimately about this size, which means it is like actually like 5 feet lines drawn into the ground.
Hey, there's an X carved into the ground, Mick. Free comes over and
I
like.
heard all that. I was just
Okay.
grabbing like these cookies from the kitchen that now I can't open. Oh, I got it. Okay.
Yeah,
He like just walks down and looks at it. Is there like anything around?
Make a perception check.
Stand out and die instantly.
Yeah, this feels like a very clear trap. Like for traps to catch gullible adventurers.
If we want to get to Parisian, we have to think like Parisian. What if the X sends us up to the top of the tower?
It seems like the X is just carved
fuck,
into the
you're right.
ground. It doesn't seem attached to anything. It doesn't even seem like runically precise. Seems like an X.
He's like, we gotta try something, and this usually works for Parisian, or it doesn't. I'm going to step on it.
Okay. You take a moment, you step on it, and nothing happens.
Nothing happens, yeah.
Yeah.
The second SB goes quiet for a bit and then starts in a like a low voice, it's like, no, nothing happens.
Yeah, and then one day that's going to be what kills us.
It's never gonna kill me. I'll never die.
Well,
Hold on a moment.
yeah.
I'm just gonna help you out here. As you step into this room, piggybacking off your earlier perception, you do take a step forward. Oh no, something weird.
Oh no. Oh no.
They got
Oh god.
smashed.
Okay. You do take a step forward, and you're on edge enough that when a whole foot gets stuck in the silt here and threatens to pull you in, you take a step back.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, oh no, you never mind.
Uh-huh.
I was gonna say Belbert falls in, but that's not actually here. That's just the camera.
Yeah, this is the camera, Bert. Camera.
So it's just like loose.
Oh, by the way, Ulli, your spirit does see, without being able to hear, a small bell on the ground shaking back and forth.
Love that.
Alright, so this is just like loose sand, like naturally. It didn't feel like I was being sucked in by weird malicious dirt.
It's like a quicksand.
Mm-hmm. We can check that out afterwards.
Parisian, you're missing the dirt magic.
Just regular dirt. Dirt's always magic.
Well,
Absolute hell.
Oh Lord, we just wandering.
Oh lord. We're getting ganked and murdered because half the party isn't here. I mean, like, a natural 20, but, like, it's 5% for a nat 20, right? Like, normal odds? How many arrows do you have?
14 now, I think.
14?
Mhm.
What's the math there? It's like a 1 in 20 chance with 15 tries.
I want you guys to know that you know the for Ukraine bundle thing, like game bundle.
Yep.
Mhm.
There is a game on there that's just type the entirety of the Odyssey. And I have bought the bundle explicitly for this game.
Not for Ukraine or anything.
Yeah.
Oh Lord, we are just wandering these halls.
Yeah.
You return to the room full of discarded shells that you first found when you entered this level.
Right, because we first came in this way. I've lost track because I haven't been able to actually make a map with the dynamic lighting. Just blind exploration, except our goal is we don't even know.
And this is why I didn't want to get separated.
Yeah, sorry.
You shouldn't be apologizing to me.
Personally, I find this outcome so infinitesimally unlikely that I cannot help but be a little overjoyed.
I don't know why you found it unlikely. This is extremely in character.
It's the fact that it's both the people who have a chance of getting up there are the ones stuck up there. Both of you failed the concept. Every single thing had to go wrong to get to this point, and yet here we are.
Actually, I don't think Artemis has ever, and I mean literally in the history of this game, passed the con save.
I didn't expect you to make it, but I expected maybe Warhips to make it.
He has a +8.
You have a +6.
I have a +6. My bad. I can't check my character sheet right now. I have to reload Roll20. It's a shame Bellboy can't just wake us up.
It's a shame for a lot of reasons. Wow, my words permitted is awful.
Is Pancake being awful for anyone else?
Oh, yeah, I haven't heard anything.
I had forgotten. I mean, it looks like it's not like lit up. I'm not sure if it's playing.
Yeah, I don't think it's playing for me either.
Did it stop? Did it run out of its queue?
Yeah, maybe. Let's see. Keep going.
Mm-hmm. Let's try the middle path.
Oh, every chapter of the Odyssey is so wicked long.
You guys continue down. Okay, hold on. You walk into this room, and you find a large, strange, very spiky rock formation in the dead center of this room. Once again, a whole bunch of spirals carved into the wall, but these seem a lot jagged and rough. And the direction that you're going in is currently a slightly more angled path that leads downwards.
Do not go down that path.
That is the opposite direction of what we want, but this is good to know. Another X. I'm going to do another perception check, if I may.
Go ahead.
Bring out my mace for full light.
Kiki, can you hear the new music? Okay, cool. Oh, right out.
Just move on. I've gone out of bounds.
10.
You know what you're looking for this time, and thank you. The exact DC. You give a look over here. Yeah, the ground here seems a little unusually flat for a naturally made cavern. That leads you to believe that it's slightly liquidy and has all sort of settled.
Okay, so the X's are just like dangerous terrain markings.
Or maybe if you follow it down, you will find treasure.
I'm not looking for treasure.
Is there a scorpion nearby?
That's right. If you get a small hostile creature and you're shooting into the castle, then maybe it'll gnaw us while we sleep and wake us up.
Oh no, I was mostly referring to the thing that the Mad Mage told us the first time we met. Yeah.
It was like what was it, 2 lies and a truth?
Yeah.
3 lies and a truth?
Feel like I'm sure.
All lies. Oh.
Vicious.
Did we see that?
You sort of heard movement over there, but it wasn't quite in that area. I can't lean back too far in this chair. Okay.
Approaching cautiously.
Sure.
I feel like our presence is already known. I'm just gonna take out my mace, I think.
Okay.
For the light. Not holding
you-
it aggressively.
You hear a conversation in Giant happening over as light sort of comes into the room. See that this one turns around, and it was Karak was talking to earlier.
Awkward wave, hello.
Just stares at you.
Gestures in the direction of, like, the spindle looking as helpless as, you know, a 5'3" person can in face of the giant.
Make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Yeah. Flat affect and a gesturing.
He raises his club and slams it towards you.
All right, here we go.
Guys.
I'll say right now, it's in a lot more like squish get away and less of a full on you need to die. If you could just leave and avoid a combat here.
Yeah, Ulli's immediately walking away.
He's like, all right, fine. Also, as we were here, did we see what was up with that whoever?
Yeah, this giant was talking to that other giant. Seemed to be dictating something based on the tone. And as the slam happens here, you hear from this like other giant just like something yelled in giant.
We will not wait to see if that was directed at us or the giant. Well, I don't know if there are any other paths.
Just start shaking once in the door. If it hits someone.
This is what I was afraid of. Don't apologize. It's not your fault.
I'm still having fun.
Of course you are. That's because you're a monster. You having fun is not. Actually, it is. I'm glad you're having fun.
As you guys pass this room, you see another giant look over in your direction because you guys are clanking around in like armor.
Yeah.
Ulli has no
crazy
armor.
bugs.
There's more. She like squints over in your direction.
Ulli gives a polite cat smile and waves and keeps walking.
You see that she
like-
like casually reaches for a very large rock to her.
Nope, let's go. Come on.
Like, ma'am, we don't want to be here either. You must understand.
Oh, we are the bugs.
Free.
Yes.
As you're walking away, you see, for just half a moment in the sky, like right about up here,
Uh-huh.
something small and almost flapping around, not quite like a bat. The flaps are too slow. It's like a butterfly flap. And you see, suddenly, the edges of a forest appear right here. And then the butterfly heads back over here and is gone. You have your eyes trained on it and it's just gone.
Free looks at, like, or less, like, looks at Ulli because she's still, like, holding her vision so carefully where the butterfly disappeared and, like, shoves at their shoulders and points.
Ulli, there's a forest over here.
Okay, it's not a weird illusion thing.
Free looks at Ulli, who is now just like staring at it, and then says that.
You begin to hear cries in giant.
What the
Roaches, I would like to try and stealth because I don't want to be squished by
make a stealth check.
intruding. Five. Clank, clank, clank. I'm going up a hill.
Yeah, you're trying to climb up here. You hear stomping in your direction.
We're like making our way uptown. Turning around. But as we're like retreating, what's up with this forest?
There's just full-on forest. You hear like little like buzzing noises. You can actually smell a little bit of like that sort of earthy, like dead plant smell from a forest, and you also hear a whole bunch of really loud stomps, which is unusual for a forest. Oh, that's what it is.
What is it? Sorry, I can't see the map.
Big lady.
This same giant turns to look towards you, and she shouts something and like points in your direction, and she grabs her own club and nope, she stays back here with a rock and lifts the rock up and throws it at you.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
We'll roll initiative for this, but you can decide to immediately.
Yeah, probably. Free was enticed by forest.
Mickey.
Michael,
yeah.
that's a stealth check.
I can add you 13. You're
Alright.
I gotcha. Free, you're gonna go first.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Not that I think this is going to be anything. I'm just looking at the spell description for Tree Stride. But I don't think I need that. I think we are just leaving. For like, backs away, holds up her hand. It's getting ever more exasperated.
It's worth knowing it takes you a turn of dashing just to climb up.
I don't think we would like to fight the giant. Please don't encourage fighting this giant.
Okay, Free, I presume you're gonna dash to get up there.
Yeah, how
Ulli,
far do I get?
you get all the way to the top, but it takes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, also.
Ulli's great at this still. This lady is gonna raise up a rock and throw it at Free.
Mhm.
Right. It slams into the side of the wall, not square on you, which is good because it's gigantic. And it clangs off your shield, and for the first time in a while, you really feel your ogre gauntlet strain against the force. But you are not hurt. Free, it is your turn.
Have we walked up this way before?
No.
This way was. No, I don't think we've gone that way. The way it curves makes it seem like it goes. This, because one of the bears came from this way, right? So does this
Yeah.
just go back to? Okay.
Yeah. But we are out of sight of the angry giant.
It was just following Free.
So, weird forest. Ah, the bears.
Two bears. Look
Two
at you.
bears chilling in a hot tub, 5 feet apart, because they're best friends.
You walk by. The charm doesn't seem to have completely worn off, but they're watching you.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Hmm?
Nothing keeps us back. You have not explored this room yet.
Oh, no.
This is where you came from. This one has a few more, like, pillars in it than a lot of the other rooms. That's sort of all that's noteworthy about this.
Free gives them little taps as she passes.
This large rock has a bunch of carvings of stone giants hurling rocks.
Pretty on brand.
Just regular.
Goes around, looks at the other side in case there's anything else.
Up here, you make out some sort of very large stones. You see one very, very long, like perfectly crafted stone pole, and these extremely large and like wide stone plates that have holes bored into the center of them, and there seem to be a lot of different sizes.
Like discus throwing and javelins, or is this unrelated?
No, it's not a javelin. It's like just a pole.
Just a
And they're definitely not discus. They're way too heavy for even a giant to really want them to be discuses. They're like made to. They're like wide. There's just a hole
Wow.
in the center.
Put them on the stone pole for barbells.
You have precisely determined what the use is. Yes. This is no joke. Kurok's gym.
King.
Protein shake
He's on that Sigma male beat. I'm
This
sorry
is
about that.
it's just him and his dogs. This is his literal man.
Good for him. Missis, however, not doing that. I don't want to just try it. I don't think we could knock the spindle down. And if we could, I think it would kill them. The 3 pillars of D&D: combat, roleplay, and exploration. Well, we've explored. We can't talk.
I love this because I have no visual, so it really is just like a podcast to me.
You'll get the visuals in post when we post the episode. This is why we're doing it.
Exactly.
This is why we're doing this. Of course.
If you guys listen, you
Do you think it's behind
Yeet
the
the
bear?
rat.
yeah, you eat the rat, and the rat sets off a series of levers. Sure.
Ulli very, like, cautiously creeps around here.
The only people, the only creatures that I can talk to are the bears. I do not know if they would know anything useful here.
This is not the lady who was throwing rocks at you.
Okay. Does this lady seem more chill? Absolutely.
She's sort of standing in the center room holding a stone flute and looking around.
A musician. That could mean anything.
You guys descend. You're not very quiet. She turns.
Again, polite cat smile and waves.
Pause.
Ulli's like,
Ulli, make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
yeah. Ulli's like, one of these times it's gonna work.
Not this time. We get another stone thrown at us.
She gives you a blank stare back.
Free shrugs and again points up at the pillar like this is the only reason we're here, ma'am.
She looks over at the pillar. Looks back at you.
Free shrugs and like,
The Free and the Giant have the same great, like, fucking express it at each other.
She's like circling around. Ulli's like, this is fine.
just like sits down here like. Well,
There was... Is there anything we can get up there?
well, we tried.
They were
there.
just- they were
That
just-
worked.
They were just in the front room there.
This giant starts playing the flute. Badly.
Hmm.
Good for her.
I wonder if that's enough to wake them up. I mean, Espy told me the person in the meat space at Artemis only barely heard the thaumaturgy, but Frida has no idea. She only knows that Artemis heard her. I don't think I can use it on other people. Let me bring up all the things that thaumaturgy does. No, because it has like a couple different like miraculous effects, like brightening up candles and things, changing colors. And it's 30-foot range, so I wouldn't be able to do anything up on the thing.
Yeah, I mean, from 60
Artemis
feet,
got thrown.
I could get a glance of the castle, but I got thrown up there. Like at the ragdoll.
All damage does not count towards the damage resisted by rage.
Max joins in as soon as he like skirt
They would 100% die, but Ulli kind of just wants to get thrown up there.
As a treat.
As a treat.
Because if they don't die, they think it would be really cool.
If I die, it would suck. But if I don't...
Exactly.
That's kind of where we're at right now.
Yeah, I think we kind of just sit here and listen to the giant Flebkist play.
No,
we're gonna hope it's
Yeah,
like
just
a
here.
poison that wears off in an hour. How long does your eye last? Your little magic eye that's keeping an eye on them?
I don't know.
10 minutes. It's past.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, and nothing like approached them in that time, right?
Nope.
Well, nothing over like the 60 feet.
You know who has damage spells that are high range?
I mean, I have spike growth, but you're not moving, and I have dawn, which is my 5th level spell slot.
At some point, you hear yells from over here, from presumably the lady who threw rocks at you, and this giant stops playing, sort of walks over here, picks up this Umber Hulk corpse, kind of like walks towards you with it.
Tree moves out of the way.
She like sort of like awkwardly, like kind of crane game style, tries to place the corpse on you.
Alright.
We just keep like shuffling back out of the way. Like, no, thank you. No, thank. Oh no. No thanks. No.
You hear a second shout in giant back here, and she goes, like kind of plops it down on the ground, turns back to look at you.
Just bewildered. Free pokes around at the Umber Hulk. Why was this deposited like 20 feet closer to us?
pry off its claws for climbing equipment?
Can I make, I don't know, an investigation?
I just want to roll insight. Can I roll insight on what the fuck that was?
You can roll insight, for you can make an invest. Oh, Ulli, there was shouting from the lady who threw rocks at you, and then she tried to move this thing sort of on top of you guys.
You look like a really slow throw it on us.
I think she was trying to hide you guys.
Aww.
And then you guys resisted it a lot, so it had to walk away.
We shuffle like to the side of the Ember Hulk, and like,
Yeah,
oh, it
just kind of like.
smells real bad.
Yeah, it's like a few minutes. You hear some stomps. Stomps get a little farther away. Doesn't seem like there's immediate danger, but you guys want to wait an hour?
Yeah, and then if they're
Yeah.
not back by then, I guess it'll be plan B.
Okay, cool. You wait an hour and nothing to have changed.
Oh,
Hmm.
that's the end of the campaign, everyone. Just throw a rock.
Throw like a bunch of rocks over the course of a few hours, and I'm sure one will eventually hit something.
How much longer do you guys want to wait?
I don't know.
Let's see. Wind wall is 120 feet, except I don't want to yeet them
No,
off of the wall.
honestly, if you really want
Yeah, but we would for sure 100% die.
Yeah, like, if I land that wrong, y'all are zooming out the window.
I mean, if we wake up, no, it takes a round for us to fall midair. And
But we wouldn't take damage until we hit the ground.
No, you would take
Fucking-
bludgeoning damage to the wind wall.
You can do whatever, you know. I just don't know if magic will be able to get through the barrier.
We have no idea.
Yeah, it's kind of. How do we say not the ideal situation?
I'm gonna toss, like, a handful of fire. Just frustrated at this weird thing that's keeping our friends.
Yeah, you throw some fire up there. It disappears into the darkness, except for the fact that it illuminates the darkness, but then it disappears.
Does it seem like it does absolutely anything to the spindle?
No.
Yeah, almost certainly not. I don't think this is the way to do it.
I like the wind wall idea.
I don't.
God.
I don't think the wind wall is going to work, but we can try. Yeah,
I
mean, there's
can't
nothing
even
fucking else we
see
can
where
do.
I'd be putting it. Does it have to be
It feels
somewhere
like
I
it
could see?
Shrink. Like, would the spell shrink too much to do anything?
I'd be playing, like, what's the
Or
game
would it
called?
just
This
hit the caster like a fucking tornado?
I'd be playing Battleship blindly, trying to get
Hey, how
you
much-
with my wind wall.
How much damage does wind wall do?
38.
Okay. Like, it doesn't... at this point, like, I would do literally anything to progress the story.
Yes, please. If you light, because it's in darkness, illumination, does that cut through darkness? Like, if you have light, like, if you have 60 feet of dark vision and there's, like, a bright torch 80 feet away, would you see the
I mean, probably.
I think you can, like, see a light up to, like, twice its usual distance or something like that. You're gonna burn to death, but sure.
Listen, I would rather burn to death right now than be stuck here for 1 fucking minute longer. I'm losing my mind.
I'm going to try and dispel magic on this then.
Okay.
Oh shit, it just becomes a whole ass castle.
I would literally rather that.
Listen, if our options are being stuck here for the rest of the campaign, and listen, I have 2 diamonds. If you die from the fall, I can bring you back.
Yeah, it's fine. Just do it.
Please, if you're going to do that, get to the edge of that pit, because that pit may be the diameter of that castle.
Yeah, let me see how far I can. Oh, I can cast spell magic from 120 feet. Hell yeah. Alright.
Like, yeah.
Okay, yeah, so we'll, like, scramble back. Do I have to have line of sight on that? Yeah, let me check. No, just anything within range.
Oh, cool. You didn't even see it. Cool.
Yep, now that I know the... Do I target the spindle or the castle, or are they one object?
Ulli shrugs helplessly.
Well,
I don't
I'll
know.
start with the spindle, because worst case scenario, we might be able to climb up afterwards.
It's worth knowing. I'm not sure if you can see it.
I don't need it
Oh,
to see it, just has to be within range.
huh. That's correct. All right. You gonna give it a shot?
Yep, dispel magic on the spindle unless they are just one continuous magic effect.
Okay. Do you want to roll?
Mm-hmm. What's that, just d20 plus spellcasting?
I believe so. Yes. Yeah.
Plus wisdom, cool. 14.
Nothing seems to happen. The cavern does not fall apart. That is not necessarily true.
Well, I have 2 4th level spell slots and 1 5th. Do we keep going for it?
I don't think it matters. I don't think this is gonna work.
Yeah, I don't think anything's gonna happen.
But then you're gonna be left in the dungeon of the Mad Mage with no spell slots.
Yeah.
I still think it's so funny. I know this is probably boring content, but
listen, my attention span is so fraught. Okay, I have
I'm sorry,
such
Magnus.
a tenuous relationship with her. We are not on speaking terms.
Okay, Ulli and Free, what are you guys doing?
Well, I don't want to spend all of my spell slots all at once in case we come up with any other brilliant plan or plot happens to us.
Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
You're back.
Should we talk to the bears?
Hmm.
If it's just beyond your reach, maybe you could talk to the bears and ask them if you could stand on their back here, and maybe that'll be
It's-
enough because they're big.
In fairness, it's not just beyond their reach.
Yeah.
Beyond their, like, line of sight.
No.
I
Yeah.
don't need line of sight. It's also 120 feet, but it's a whole castle, and I do not know where you are. Yeah, I didn't see that. I saw him. Saw them shoot an arrow into the darkness.
Free would aim into the darkness.
We can like
Yeah, I would be aiming
Ulli saw the
absolutely
entrance with-
blind.
the clairvoyance through the ghost. So yeah, we could like, pinata style, just like point Free in the right direction.
Ulli, you know it's about, the door's about
Aim-
90.
Like aim approximately 90 feet up.
Okay,
right
draw
here.
it in the dirt. What if damage doesn't wake him up?
It looks so like the which is the same effect as a
Hmm. Just trying to figure out if there's any other possible spell I can use. Oh, I will have to upcast it though, so it'll be 4d8.
Yeah, get their ass.
Also, if it's like, here's the two possibilities, right? The windmill is gets shrunk and does normal situations. Totally fine, cool. Other possibility, it is a normal-sized windmill on the tiny house. It nukes everything in there.
Ulli,
Mm-hmm.
just so you know, you do have the ability to send another sensor up there.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Because you technically took a short rest.
So, we send another ghost up there, like, thank you, thanks.
Just send another ghost in there and then shoot a flaming arrow if we can see the arc to the door.
Ulli, you send a spirit up there, and you quickly notice something is off.
Oh, fuck.
The door that you previously saw them through, at the very front of the castle, is closed now.
Can the ghost go through the door?
Yep.
Great. What's
you're
up
gonna-
in there?
You know, so that goes through the door?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. You send the ghost to the door. The room is being very well dusted by the 4 feather dusters around. There is no sign of any living thing in here.
Jesus fucking Christ. Okay.
Well, the urgency doesn't open up any new possibilities for us,
I don't think
so...
we're dead. I just think it's like, oh, I think we're just here.
Light the ball and ask the giant to throw.
They're going to die.
No, we're not even going to get thrown. The giant's just going to throw rocks at us.
Yeah. Should we just end the session here and come back to it?
I'm
Because
tempted,
it's
but
fucking 12:20, and
I know, and it's in the back of my mind. I do feel like I need to see what Free and Ulli are gonna do.
okay.
We've expended all of our options, any of the plans to, like, knock them with damage to wake them up. We don't know where they are anymore.
Yeah, and now that you, as you say, expand all your options, I need to know if you're gonna wait. Like, what are you gonna do? Because you're still gonna do something.
What do we know about this sleep spell? How long does that last?
You can make an Arcana check. It's not an uncommon spell for new mages to pick up.
Free doesn't talk to mages. Are you kidding me?
Talk to him.
Do we really talk to Parisian?
Nope. Free, you're not sure.
Oh, we are really just here.
We are just here.
Cool. So you guys waiting?
Seem to be.
Yeah.
Cool. How long are you willing to wait?
We're all dying here.
How long has it been since they were up there?
Not very long. You can have it explore more. In fact, should you so wish. Here you are.
Here we are.
You can go through doors. Where's Belfry? Okay, cool. Try to make it quick. You've only got so long. Ulli? Nicholas? You're over
What?
here. That's where your sensor is. Just move it on forward if you want.
Oh, what the fuck?
That's,
What just happened?
That's you want to look through the sensor. I'm shooting this as the move forward if you
Okay.
want.
All right, yeah.
You move right on through. You can go through walls.
Hell yeah. We'll just kind of like try to direct the ghost around looking for them, I guess.
Oh yeah, actually, my bad. It's worth noting. You cannot actually move the sensor around. You just get to see a spot.
Okay.
Whoops. Okay, so don't worry about it. It's in here though. You're in the same room. There's no one in the room.
Great.
Cool. So how long you guys willing?
The remaining 7 hours for a long rest, I guess.
All
Yeah.
right.
Our other option, I guess, would be to go crawling back to Willow to ask our arch-druid friend for help. Which is essentially, my cat got stuck in a tree with our cow.
Are you guys going to rest here, or are you going to try to find another room?
If you guys are gonna try to probably go back to Willow's Woods anyways, you might just want to go rest there. When did this text box show up? When did hey,
I think-
buddy, we have a conversation.
We would like to stay down
Yeah, I'd
here,
like
but
to wait at
I
least
don't think
until we-
there's any plans to like sleep. You know, just
We're just resting, because I don't think we'd be, like, around
yeah,
to sleep.
we're like hanging out, sitting against the wall, perhaps running if someone else tries to throw rocks at us, and then just loop back around and sit back down.
Truly just loitering for as long as it takes. It feels like
Yeah,
it really is.
loitering bugs.
Okay. You are so unbelievably stressed and bored at the same time.
Yeah, that sounds
It
right.
is crazy. You just sit there. There's occasionally movement from a giant and perk up, and there's a little bit of fear adrenaline goes through you, but also a little, thank God something is happening, goes through you. But you wait. Sort of wait it out. You're like, if we get to the 7-hour mark, should we wait like a little longer? Sometimes people sleep like 9 hours, 10 hours, you know? But you're waiting. And you two wait for quite a while. And then Artemis,
Hi.
you stir awake.
Oh, thank God.
You know, I'll copy paste builder. Actually, you know what? You don't need to see this. Artemis, you stir awake.
Parisian!
You find a little bit of shattered glass in your fur as you look around this room, and you see like a bunch of a few haphazard tables around the room, like a little bit of like just sort of like broken glass, scraps of parchment, like weird like torn up and scrunched up balls of what you think is paper. There's a bunch of cabinets around the room. You see that there's like jars of powders and like books, and a whole cabinet that's got a whole bunch of different types of skulls.
Ooh, gold.
And that is where you wake up. And then Warhips, you sort of come out of that groggy sense of wake. You have a bad headache. There's an odd smell. As you look up into the room that you're in, you see, like, there's some shoes right next to you. It's like a rack with some slippers, and above you, there's a bunch of gowns and robes hanging above you as you wake up in a closet.
Thematic.
And that is where we will end our session.
Dope. Okay, does anyone know the density of water? Never mind, I definitely know the density of water.
You know, you always know a way to the times I try to end my sessions.
Listen, I have to do something to entertain myself. Something has to be happening.
Well then. That was what an odd end. I could have just called it earlier, but it's sort of neat to see you guys really truly struggle at the end of your rope due to the consequences of your own actions.
I would like to say that
My
I
action.
don't fucking claim these actions either.
I had fun.
So, like, ending out, like, the 30 minutes of death silence,
If you want, I wouldn't mind.
probably make a better listening experience, like, just kind of smash on, like, the movie, like, things that happen in the downtime.
I mean, I'll go back and re-listen to it, so yeah.